Hello, YouTube. Oh, we haven't got a camera on. Bear with me 1 second. Let's get that camera on. Okay, hopefully the stream isn't going to be too laggy today. I have added another thing to the stream, which I'll tell you about shortly. That might be causing a little bit more lag. My computer's definitely struggling now. Just have a quick look inside of Task Manager, see what's up. Oh, hello, you can see me. Okay, 92% CPU usage, yikes. Okay, for future streams, we're going to need to do some stuff to reduce our CPU usage, because that is riding high right now. Or I need to see if I can overclock it. Okie dokie. So, all right. So, firstly, to answer the YouTube chat. Sorry, I wasn't engaging you too much. I was still getting ready, and sorry I'm running so late, everybody. I was just running a bit late today. Hello to the people in the YouTube chat right now. That one troll you asked, testosterone should 100% be available for non-cis men to get more gains if he identifies as well, sure. You got a small channel, but English isn't your native language, so you have trouble sounding good. Yeah, so all of the stuff that we're going to be doing today is all focused around like more fundamental stuff. So it should be relevant to anybody regardless of their language. Anyone will be able to apply what we're going to learn today. Cool. Okay, welcome to new people. This is the Trans Network Voice Modification Workshop. I am your host, Zara. Welcome. We're going to be talking about all things trans voice today. And we're going to be doing a little workshop introducing you to how to do stuff. Just fixing my camera real quick. Yeah, we'll be going over how to do different stuff with your voice. Is my camera in the right spot? Sorry, I'm getting very distracted today. Yeah, it's a little bit off. Let's just boop. There we go. Get me a bit more in the center. That'll do, right? Yeah, that looks fine. Tilt it down a bit. No, up a bit more. That's it. Oh, I knew I was going to fuck it up. Is that fine or is that fucked? Ah, it'll do, whatever. Stop filling, Zara. Yes, so we're going to be going over all things to do with trans voice, gender affirming voice. Whether you're cis or trans or still figuring that out, you are absolutely welcome here. If you're wanting to just further masculinize your already masculine voice, if you want to further feminize your already feminine voice, or if you're trying to androgynize, all of those things are going to be relevant today. Also, we have a brand new thing that we're doing. I'm doing a huge giveaway. I'm giving away 6 lessons free with me. Normally they cost £20 each, so it'll be £120 worth of lessons. All you have to do is head over to the YouTube chat, youtube.com/@trans_network. Participate in the chat, be in chat. There'll be some little giveaways that pop up every so often. And just as you're in chat and participating in chat, you'll gain points. Those points are the end of the giveaway, which will be on Wednesday, the 28th of May. Right at the end, you'll be able to spend all your points on little entries to the giveaway. So the more points you've got, the more entries you can buy with those points, and the more chance you have of winning. So if you want a whole bunch of free lessons from me, then make sure you're in the YouTube chat right now and make sure you're just getting involved. So yeah, cool. So are we ready to get started? Hopefully. Okie dokie, let's get into it then. We are a little bit laggy. I hope we're not too laggy on the actual stream itself. We weren't too bad last time, but I think adding our giveaway stuff has just made it a little bit more difficult. But not... Oh, and I need to change some of my settings. in various discords. Okie dokie. So I need to make sure you guys can hear all the different sounds that we're going to be making today. Again, sorry if we're running late today, and sorry everything is a little bit more disorganized today. Okie dokie. If you plan to participate later in the workshop, I do ask everybody in the various discords to stay muted until I give you opportunity otherwise. But when we do have opportunity, it's good to have your settings set ahead of time. This is going to mean going into your voice and video settings, setting the input sensitivity onto manual, and setting it all the way to the left. You'll also want to turn off your echo cancellation underneath that, and underneath that you'll need to turn off your noise suppression. So you'll be setting that to none. So again, that's user settings, voice and video, although I can't see that right now, I need to move this. Voice and video, and then head over to your input sensitivity, set that to manual, and then from there, drag it all the way to the left. After you've done that, you need to turn off your echo cancellation and set your noise suppression to none. This is mainly going to come up when we do the larynxite section. Okie dokie. Last little server to do, and then we're ready. Already 20 minutes past, Zara. You're running so late. What is this? Okie dokie. All right. We're ready. Let's get into things then. So make sure you muted everybody and we will get started. For people in the YouTube chat right now that are a little bit confused, I'm currently in a variety of different discords. I'm in Trans Voice. I'm in the Rainbow Library. I'm in Trans Network, our Discord, and I'm in the Diamond Trans server. If you'd like to join in, then head over to Trans Network. The link should be in the description of this live stream, or it's somewhere on the YouTube channel. You'll be able to find a link somewhere. Or it's just below me, like right there. So you could just type it out if you really want to. Okay, let's get into things. Can everybody quickly check and make sure that they are definitely muted? I see one person who isn't, who I'm just going to mute for them real quick. Oh, I can't just mute you and then let you redo it yourself. Melissa, can you make sure you're muted as well, please?
I am.
If you can pop it on mute, please. Okay, I will just do it. Oh, okay, you figured it out. Good job. Okie dokie. Right, let's get into things then. So, welcome to the workshop, everyone. Quick workshop rules and etiquette for the people in the Discords. Make sure you're being respectful of the learning environment. I want everybody to be staying on task today. And yeah, keeping things just on task and good learning. Be respectful to your fellow attendees. I really don't want anybody to be criticizing other people's voices in non-constructive ways. If you're not sure whether something is a constructive way to criticize something, then just don't worry about it. Leave that to me. Yeah, so basically, if you're saying, oh, maybe you could raise your larynx a bit higher, that's useful criticism. If you're saying, oh, this is just not passing, that's a rubbish criticism. It's not actionable. And obviously, if anybody says anybody sucks, you're immediately kicked out. Like, that's not, that's not on, so we won't go into that. Lastly, make sure we're staying on topic. I don't want to hear any rants about what Lego set you've just bought or what's going on in Warhammer right now. I just want you focusing on voice. Absolutely ask questions in all the different chats. Really, really want everybody asking questions. It's going to help a huge amount. If you're nervous about asking a question, probably somebody else is as well. So if you ask that question, you'll be helping them as well. So we really want to establish a good culture of asking questions. Sometimes we go a little bit fast through stuff, so make sure you ask those questions if you feel yourself falling behind. I'm never going to judge someone for falling behind. Cool. Okay, let's get into it. Oh yeah, and right at the end we'll have an open forum section where we'll take volunteers from the Discord audiences, where they'll be able to get a little bit of feedback on their voice and ask any questions that they have. Cool. Okay, for the new people who have just joined, we're currently doing a giveaway. So if you're watching through the YouTube chat, there will be a regular, you get points for just being in the YouTube chat. You get points for participating and talking in the YouTube chat, like just general activity. And occasionally there'll be little giveaways over there for bonus points. Those points you'll be able to redeem. We're doing a giveaway that is going to last until, what is it, May 28th? Yeah, May 28th. Giveaway until May 28th, where you'll be able to redeem all those points for entries into a raffle. And the price of that raffle is 6 free private lessons with myself. That's totaling a value of £120. So make sure you're in the YouTube chat. Let's get that shit going. Okay, so who am I? My name's Zara. Welcome. Pleased to meet you. I've been working on my own voice for, it says for a year. I guess that's not even, well, okay, in total there was roughly a year of doing stuff. It took me about 8 months to find my voice as you're hearing it right now. And then it took me another 2 or 3 months to like fully bring that into my life. There was a gap in the middle there because I wasn't ready to come out to everybody yet. But now this is my voice every day, and it's just as easy as my masculine voice, and has been for a while now. I've been teaching since August. Well, I've been doing workshops since August of last year. I've been teaching since about October or November. I don't remember exactly when we started, but about 6 months. And yeah, we recently made it a full profession. So that's who I am. I was trained over in Synguistics, but I take different resources from basically everywhere. So our pedagogy is a little bit unique compared to everywhere else. Importantly, what I'm not a medical professional. I cannot diagnose you for anything. I cannot treat you for anything. What we're doing right now is not treatment of any sort of medical condition. All I'm doing is teaching you how to change your voice. It's just a skill like any other skill. Like I'm like your guitar teacher. I'm just teaching you how to do a thing. Closest we ever get is if I hear something in one of the people that participates' voice that sounds like, or if somebody mentions something in chat that rings a bell to me of some condition that I'm aware of, then I might ask you to go speak to a doctor. This isn't like a diagnosis, or it's not a suggestion that you have a thing. It's just like your friend telling you, oh, maybe you should go like speak to a doctor about that. Yeah, that's all it is. Okay. Any questions about that from any of the various chats before we continue? Because habit is quite important. Also, today is day 1 of me taking a higher dose of my ADHD meds, which is pretty cool and has been like really crazy today. But does mean that I'm already noticing I'm talking really fast and blasting through stuff. So if I do blast through stuff and you fall behind, please do ask questions. Really, really important for you guys to ask questions. That's how I know that you're like understanding what's being said. Okie dokie, so the first section, voice basics. We'll first talk about some vocal health stuff. Things that are really important. I asked all the Discord people to drink a pint of water an hour before coming. This time it was half an hour because I was late on that. Sorry about that. Normally I want you to drink that pint about an hour beforehand, just to make sure you're properly hydrated. When you drink, the vocal folds themselves don't get directly hydrated. None of the vocal tract does. Instead, you have because think about that being your airway, you'd choke on it if it went that way. It instead goes the other way where food and stuff goes. So to actually hydrate your vocal tract, that water has to go all the way through your digestive system, enter your bloodstream. That bloodstream cycles back to your vocal tract, and then finally your vocal tract starts getting some hydration. So you need to be drinking in advance because you can't directly hydrate the vocal tract. Okay? Otherwise you'd choke on it. So make sure you're drinking in advance. Staying hydrated is important. It helps us maintain proper mucus production, which will help protect the vocal tract. It helps to keep things flexible, which again is going to be really useful for us trying to do stuff. We want to be able to move easily so that we can move and change our vocal configuration. And yeah, hydration is obviously important for most all of bodily function. So very important. Make sure you're drinking about 2 to 2.5 litres a day in general. And if any of you are on spironolactone, then you might need to up that a little bit depending on how that affects you. Spironolactone is a diuretic, so you're going to be losing a lot of that water. You need to replenish that water. So make sure you're doing plenty of that. Keeping relaxed. Keeping relaxed is really important for vocal work. Everything we're going to be doing with our vocal tract should be in a relaxed posture. Right now, the voice you're hearing from me is no more difficult than the voice I was using before I'd ever done voice training. If anything, this is a little bit easier for me because I've learned how to use my voice very well. So keeping things relaxed is always going to be super, super key. I don't want you to think of this as like building muscle, and I don't want you to think of this as like pushing to hold your new voice or anything like that. All of this is just going to be exactly the same in terms of physical effort as the voice that you have been currently using, or the voice you've used before you've done any modifications to your voice. None of this is physically intensive. Warm-ups. Warm-ups are really important for anything you do with any muscle, but it's especially the case for our vocal tract. Your vocal folds that sit inside of your larynx, some people call this vocal cords. These are really, really delicate and small little ligaments, and the muscles that control them are all very small and delicate. So we need to be making sure that things are properly warmed up and properly stretched out so we don't hurt ourselves. Warm-ups are also really good for increasing blood flow to the area. Blood flow brings you that hydration, like I mentioned earlier, and brings all the benefits of hydration. So warm-ups are going to be really helpful there. They also help stretch things out, which gets things limber, gets things moving. So when we try to do stuff, it'll be easier for us to do those things. Also, have fun with it. This is going to be like a process that you're going to be doing for quite a long time as you build up like your muscle memory and build up an understanding of how you do all these things. So have some fun with it. Make this an enjoyable process for yourself. This is more important than most things where you need to enjoy it, because I want you keeping relaxed. I don't want you like freaking out about stuff. The more you get stressed out, the more you're going to have weird things happening with your muscles that are going to impact your voice. So try and have fun, try and relax with it. This is a cool little thing that we're doing. And yeah, enjoy yourself. Things to avoid. Okay, I'm going to get a quick drink of water. So, some things that we need to be avoiding. These first ones aren't really a huge deal, but the latter ones can be more of a big deal, okay? So, spicy foods. Spicy foods contain a molecule called capsaicin. That's the molecule that allows you to taste the spice and have that spice experience. Capsaicin, as cool as it is a mild irritant for the vocal tract. So, if you're about to do some voice work, avoid having spicy foods right at that moment. I really do not mind what you do day to day. Just don't do it right before workshops. And if you're planning to do like a big sit down playing with your voice, spicy foods are going to make that harder. So avoid them right before that. Caffeine again, very, very mild irritant for the vocal tract. And it's also diuretic, so it's going to dehydrate you. You're going to lose all those benefits from all of that hydration we've been doing. So caffeine, avoid that again right before doing any voice stuff. What you do through the day doesn't matter to me. It's just right before you do your voice work. I don't want you drinking like a big Red Bull or something. If you've got a Red Bull with you right now, maybe time to put that away and just get some water. Sugar is sugar just dehydrates you. So again, it's all those things to do with hydration. So same with caffeine, but just the hydration one. Smoking and vaping. Smoking and vaping is obviously more of a serious thing. Everybody knows by now that smoking and vaping damage your vocal tract. So try to avoid that as much as you can. I don't tend to spend much time on this bit just because everybody knows that smoking and vaping damages your vocal tract by now. It literally causes cancer. We all know this. So just if you are a smoker or a vapor, Try to avoid doing it right before your voice work, and try to keep things in moderation as best as you can. If this is a good motivation for you to quit, quitting will help you. But I'm not going to say that it's impossible to change your voice as a smoker or a vapor. It just makes it harder. So yeah, have a think about that. Okay, dairy. Dairy's a bit of a weird one. Dairy will just promote mucus production. I did say earlier that proper mucus production is a good thing, but it needs to be regulated. Dairy will just have you producing, regardless of where you need it, in excess. Okay, it will have you clearing your throat more, which is going to then irritate the vocal tract. The mucus can feel uncomfortable when you're trying to do stuff. It can make it harder to move around. So again, I do not care what you do through the day, but right before doing some voice work, a pint of milk, less of a good idea. Or ice cream, less of a good idea. These last three are ones that I care a bit more about, okay? So if you start experiencing any strain in your voice, you've got like muscles seizing up or anything like that, your jaw gets really like locked on, or you're like forced into a smile all the time, I don't want any of those things happening. None of those things are going to lead you to the voice that you're wanting. If you feel muscles tensing up, that's never ever a useful thing. Usually that's just going to mean that alongside what you're learning, you've also accidentally added on a behavior of tensing up some random ass muscle. It's not useful to you. It's not going to produce the sounds you want. It might make it harder to produce the sounds you want. And it'll tire you out. So avoid it as much as you can. Pain and discomfort. Pain, specifically a sharp pain in a specific location, that's a big no-no. If you're feeling that, you are currently doing some damage. Now, odds are it's not serious damage. You probably just nicked something and it's starting to hurt. So in that situation, stop what you're doing, take a break, take like a day or two of break, and then come back to things. It's super not a big deal. Just make sure you give yourself time to recover afterwards. If you were to just push through the pain and keep going, that repetitive damage to your vocal tract can cause some more serious issues. If you just kept going through that pain, worst case scenario, I've never seen it happen, but it's possible. Worst case scenario is you can form little nodes on your vocal tract and they need to be removed surgically. So really, 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 if you're feeling pain, stop. It means something's wrong. Never try to push through the pain. Discomfort can be a bit different. If you're feeling like a general fatigue across your vocal tract, still take a break, but it doesn't necessarily mean that you've done damage. It just means that whatever you were doing was taking a lot of physical effort and you've tired yourself out. Or maybe if you've just spoken for like hours, you've gotten fatigued. It'll feel similar to if you've just been to the gym and you're just feeling very fatigued in various muscles. If you're feeling like that, then that's that fatigue thing going on. It's not a big deal. You just need to take a day off or take the rest of the day off to rest and recover. Nothing that we're doing, though, should be fatiguing you. So if you are feeling fatigued, either it's a sign that if you're a vocal underdoer, that's somebody who speaks for very little time during a day. We're talking less than an hour a day, sometimes less than that, sometimes not at all. If you're someone like that who barely speaks, then you might feel this fatigue more often and you are actually needing to build up some strength, so it's to be expected. For everybody else, though, if you don't have any issues where your muscles have literally atrophied and gotten weaker through not speaking, anyone that isn't in that category, which is going to be most people, you should not be you shouldn't be ending up in situations where you're experiencing vocal fatigue. Nothing we're going to be doing is super physically tiring. So yeah, that's usually a sign that something's going wrong. Cool, okie dokie. Any questions about maintaining vocal health? Whether you're in YouTube or the various Discords. Any questions at all? No questions whatsoever. We have a quiet chat today. Okie dokie, that just means I explained it so perfectly well. All right, so let's talk about how the voice actually functions for a little bit. So your voice, essentially, I want you to imagine this power source filter model. The idea behind it is I want you to think of your lungs and the air inside of them as the fuel for your voice, okay, the power. So those lungs, that air, it will push through up your vocal tract, okay, bringing that power. That air will come through into your larynx, which is this big lump of cartilage around here. Your Adam's apple is part of that larynx. Some call it the voice box. It's just a big box of cartilage, okay? Inside of that big box of cartilage, there are your vocal folds. Some people call these the vocal cords, as I said earlier. As the air pushes through those vocal folds, they're going to start closing and opening, and that's going to add some vibration to that air, okay? It's going to chop it up and start it vibrating around. That vibration we then detect as sound, okay? So at that stage, we now have sound being applied to the air. As that sound continues through, so we call that the source, sorry. As that sound continues through the rest of your vocal tract, it takes on the shape of that vocal tract, okay? So in areas that are larger, it's going to take on some of that shape. As your tongue moves around, that's going to warp the sound. And now, instead of just having like a sound, like a beep or something, like a single note, now we're changing that sound, those notes, into words, okay? And letters and pronunciations and all of those sorts of things. And that's all through different movements of your tongue, different movements of your mouth, your teeth, your nasal cavity. All of that stuff in your vocal tract starts shaping that sound and filtering it. So that's that power source filter model, okay? We produce the air, we push it out from our lungs, we apply a sound to it, and then we filter it to make it into words, okay? So, boo. And yeah, when I say that the sound takes on the shape of the area that it's in, the chamber that it's in, what's literally happening is it's bouncing around that chamber, which is then warping the sound, okay? So different sizes and different shapes of chambers are going to have it bouncing around in different ways, okay? We could call that resonating in different ways, all right? Makes sense. If it's thick, it's probably not the best due to mucus. Yeah, lots of mucus is going to be a problem if it's too much. If it's something painful, that's clearly not a good thing, exactly. And if it's something to be done in moderation, it's always probably not the best before playing with something delicate. Yes, exactly. That's exactly what it is. Yeah, it's a cool GIF. It's a cool GIF. Looking in this GIF, I have it on both of these slides. You can see that air coming through right at the bottom. Those like arrows pointing up. You see it intersecting with the vocal tract, applying sound, and you can see those sound waves bouncing around. As they bounce around, they start taking on the shape of the areas that they're in, due to different area shapes and stuff, making them bounce around in different ways, okay? So everything from like the larynx upwards is going to start filtering stuff. So, effects of testosterone on the voice. Testosterone exposure is going to, it's going to have that larynx, that cartilage box we talked about earlier. It's going to expand that cartilage box in all directions. Mainly we're talking outwards and downwards, but I believe to some degree to the sides as well. I don't think it goes back much way. Everywhere but back, I'm pretty sure. But yeah, in all those directions. That's why the Adam's apple becomes more apparent in people that have been exposed to testosterone, because that larynx is being pushed outwards. Everybody has an Adam's apple. It's called a laryngeal protrusion. Okay, it protrudes because it's part of the larynx. But that laryngeal protrusion is going to get bigger, and as the rest of it gets bigger, it's going to be pushed forward. Hence, we can see it with people that have been exposed to testosterone. You will see some like cis women where you can still just about make it out, which shows that it's part of everybody. It's just bigger if you've been exposed to testosterone. That larger larynx, as we said earlier, is going to make the sound take on that larger shape. Okay, so keep that in mind in terms of how that's going to work. Hi, Beth. So that larger, it bouncing around that larger larynx is going to warp the sound. To demonstrate that for you, Imagine this ukulele, okay? The chamber of it, the body, all right? Imagine that is your larynx, okay? Now I'm just going to produce sound within the larynx, okay? And that's what it's going to sound like. Now I'm going to expose that testosterone. Sorry, I'm going to expose that larynx to testosterone. So now we have a larger chamber, okay? Listen to how that changes sound. We're going to do the exact same thing. Totally different sound, all right? It sounds larger. It sounds darker, okay? This is what happens to the vocal tract when it's exposed to testosterone. We have that larger sound being produced, all right? The other things that happens, we have the vocal folds thickening up. So when they have that opening and close, being thicker is going to affect how they do that, all right? We're going to have more closure coming in because of that extra mass, meaning that they close more, okay, because there's more force going into it, there's more mass going into it. And as they close more, they're going to stay closed for longer, okay, because it's going to be more effort to separate them again, all right? So we're going to close more, a more complete closure, and they'll stay there for longer, all right? That's going to impact, how do I put this concisely? It's going to make the sound buzzier, it's going to sound heavier. For a quick little demonstration, this would be how my voice would sound if I hadn't been exposed to testosterone. And then if I start exposing it to testosterone, now it has that buzziness to it, okay? Can you hear how this sounds much rougher? It sounds buzzier. What else could we use to describe it? Buzzier, ruffier, heavier. It's got that extra mass going into it, okay? That's the difference that we're talking about. I realized from listening back to these live streams, that doesn't come out brilliantly on my microphone, unfortunately. In this room, that was a huge difference between those two sounds. So if you are struggling with that, do let me know after the workshop, or do participate in latter parts where we go over that. And I'll really take time to help you with that. We do have drills for each of these things, though. You don't need to just mimic. Last thing there is vocal fold lengthening, okay? So as well as thickening up, they're going to stretch out a bit, all right? By them stretching out, that's going to have you able to access lower pitches. We'll talk about later why that's not a big deal, and we don't need to do much about that. But just to give you what the effects are, that's what testosterone does. Estrogen does nothing to the vocal tract. The only hormone that affects the vocal tract is testosterone. And all of the changes that happen are permanent changes, okay? So this is why if you are a trans woman, you're going to need to learn to masculize your voice. If you're a trans woman, you'll need to learn to feminize your voice. You can't just take hormones and it'll fix itself. But if you are masculizing, okay, if you are a trans dude or you're taking testosterone, then all these changes are going to start happening on their own. But we can still do stuff to further those changes if we want to. Or we can do stuff to like emulate those changes even if we haven't actually taken any HRT yet. So if you're not planning on taking testosterone or if you're planning on taking a low dose, we can still do stuff behaviorally to change all of what we're talking about here. And for the feminizers, all of these things we can change through behavior. All right. So how do we do that? Firstly, let's go through some warm-ups first. And then after we go through the warm-ups, I'll go through how we're going to actually start changing some sounds. So the warm-ups we're going to be doing today are called SOVTs. SOVTs is an acronym standing for semi-occluded vocal tract exercise. Okay? Semi-occluded, it's a big word, don't worry about it. Semi-occluded, all it means is just partially closed, okay? Something in the vocal tract is going to be partially closed. That's it, real simple. The idea behind these is essentially, I talked about earlier how that air is all pushing up through your, into your larynx and pushing through your vocal folds. I worded it specifically like that because literally they push through the vocal folds, okay? Or the air pushes through the vocal folds. For it to do that, your vocal folds have to be under a lot of air pressure, okay? For that air pressure to then overcome their elastic strength, okay? So if you think about that a little bit, that means that those vocal folds, they're under a lot of pressure. which isn't exactly great if we then want to do some exercises with them. So what we can do to counter that is by having a partial blockage. As that air continues through the rest of your vocal tract, it will meet that blockage and it will start pushing back again, okay? Just like if wind hits a wall, it will hit that wall and then start moving back again, all right? So this is the exact same concept. It hits that barrier and starts pushing back again. So now we have some air pressure pushing back as well as the air pressure pushing up. The air pressure pushing back is going to start cancelling out some of what's pushing up. So now the vocal folds are under less pressure. Does that make sense? So we have that up, we have that down, and the down is going to counteract some of the up, so now there is less up. That makes sense? So now our vocal folds are under less upwards pressure. That makes sense? I want to hear some yeses or some no's, or see some yeses or some no's, I should say. So I know that can confuse some people, so I want to make sure everybody's following.
What, am I alone now?
I did not catch that at all. You might want to write it in the chat.
Am I alone now?
Are you alone? No. So everybody, we are in 4 different Discords as well as the YouTube chat. So a reminder to everybody, we are live on YouTube right now. And we are in all the different Discords. So we currently have, I don't know how many people attending. A whole bunch of people attending.
When you say practicing several times a day, does that mean like just taking a moment to do like lip trills and stuff?
Yeah, so when we go into how we do these softies, we're going to be going through like the patterns that your practice want to go into. Yeah, Dory, I'll go over that in just a second.
Do anything else other than that? Sorry.
Pardon?
I said, do you do anything else other than that?
Yeah, it's just for lip trills. So if you already know where I'm going with this, lip trills several times a day. Yeah, exactly that. So, okay, if everybody understands the mechanics of what we're talking about here and the process, what we're going to be doing is, as was just being asked, we're going to be doing some lip trills. I'll go over a few different things we can use, but lip trills are my favorite. Lip trills just sound like this. The idea is by doing that little, I'm creating that partial blockage with my lips. That then has that pressure pushing back again, which then leads to the situation we were talking about earlier, for vocal folds being under less pressure. Once we're in this lower pressure state, we then move them around a bit by moving our pitch up and down. And by doing that, they get a nice stretch, a nice little workout ready for us to start doing our actual voice work. So, a few different options that we have. Lip trills are really good. They sound like this. Tongue trills are decent, not as good as lip trills, but they're still okay. A few ones that I haven't written down, the letter V. Blowing raspberries. What are the other good ones? I think those are the main ones. Highly recommend any of those. Lip trills seems to be the easiest for most people, so that's what I lean people towards. There is also, did I leave my straw downstairs? Oh no. Okay, I can tell you about this, but I don't have a straw with me to actually do it. We also have the bubble phonation, or the straw phonation. The idea is essentially, get yourself a container of water, just like this bottle here. Stick your straw in. You want it to be about an inch down. And then you want to start blowing some bubbles into it while making sound, okay? So imagine I'm blowing bubbles right now, and I'm going, ooh, into the straw. Like literally just go, ooh, into the straw to blow bubbles, okay? So we're blowing bubbles with some sound. Now, I don't have people do these ones often. It's only if necessary. These are the best softie because they produce the most pressure to push back. However, they're very inconvenient. You need a straw with you. You need water, like a container of water. You have to think about the container itself. Is it going to splash water everywhere when you're blowing those bubbles? Probably. If it's a glass, definitely. I recommend using a bottle because at least that is going to have the top of it sort of curving over a bit to catch some of that water splashing around. But keep in mind that like you're probably going to make a mess when you're doing these. So they are the best. They're just very inconvenient. The ones we've gone over earlier are almost as good without any of the inconvenience. So we're going to be doing some lip trills today because it's nice and convenient and most people seem to do well with them. So that's going to sound like this. We're going to be going, we're going to do the lip trill and we're going to start moving our pitch further and further from that center point, going both up and down, okay? I want you getting to your lowest pitches as well as your highest pitches. So I'm going to start doing them. If you guys want to join in while you're muted, you are welcome to do so. For this particular exercise, we'll say people stay muted for it. And you can ask me questions about your experience with it if you have any struggle. Okay, so do as I do. And we're going to do one more where we go to the max of both ends, okay? As high as you can go and as low as you can go, all right? And there you go. That is how we do lip trills. And I like to end them off with a last little extra stretch. We're going to go up to the highest we can go. We're going to do a little pitch siren, okay? So that's just slide up to the top and then go a little wiggle up and down and then down again. And then we're going to do the same thing, but going down, okay? Okay, and that's our lip trills, all right? That's our softies. Now, if you're brand new to voice work, if this is your first time doing anything, this is where I want you to start, okay? For my brand new students, this is where I start from after their first lesson. It's just homework of lip trills or whatever softie it is that you're using, doing those several times a day for at least like 30 seconds. A full one would be the amount of time we just spent doing it now, like a minute or two. You don't really get much benefit past there. You could go up to maybe 3 or 4 minutes if you want to. As you start getting to 5 minutes, you might start tiring yourself out a bit. So do your softies several times a day. It's going to help you build some really nice vocal habits so we keep things safe when we go into stuff later. It's also going to help you build some really good, what's the word I'm looking for? Like coordination, I suppose. That's not the word I'm looking for, but like a better ability to know how to move things around, okay? Like you can be more, you're going to be more dexterous with your voice. It's also going to help you with, it helps you build more vocal habits. It helps you to be more dexterous. It's going to make sure that your vocal hygiene is in a good place before you get started. And it will have some other benefits that are more tangential. Whenever you try to make the sound, it kind of just stops. Okay, so what you're having is you're maybe pushing too hard, okay? If you feel like you're pushing to get to those higher pitches, what you're doing is you're increasing that pressure pushing up, all right? Which is making the sound then cancel out. So what you need to do is try to relax as you do the softies, or there could be a bunch of reasons actually. That would be the main one if the sound is just cutting off. Play around with the amount of pressure, the amount of force you're putting into this. Other things that people can run into is the lips stop trilling, even though you're trying to make them trill. Usually this means that you've got not enough pressure or too much pressure in your mouth itself, okay? Easy way to deal with that is if you push in your cheeks just a little bit, that will reduce the size of your mouth to help that pressure stay a bit more stabilized. So give a go at that. That might make it a bit easier as you're learning. And by all means, continue that for all of your lip trills in the future if you want to. Just whatever's easiest for you. Lip trills, one of the really nice advantages to them is if you're doing it wrong, you'll hear it. And when you are doing it wrong, you'll never be doing it wrong in a way that hurts you. So you can play around with it, play around with different pressures, play around with different ways of doing this. Really experiment with it until you're getting it nice and consistent. So you have a consistent sound, your lips don't stop trilling. It's exactly as I did it just there. So yeah, play around with it. You're welcome to do that with this. Okie dokie. And yeah, if you're brand new, it's going to have all those benefits I was on about before, which is why I start you on it. Even once you've been doing your week or two. So if you're brand new, a week or two of this before moving on. Okay. Even after that week or two though, if you're doing any longer practices, like more than a few minutes, then, or more than even like a minute, I highly recommend starting off with just a little bit of lip trills. It doesn't have to be a whole big thing like we just did, but a little bit to get you warmed up. This is also going to be increasing your blood flow to your larynx, or to your whole vocal tract, in fact. It'll increase the blood flow, which again is going to bring that hydration. It's all the stuff we were on about with warm-ups before. And it's going to have them a little bit more flexible. The whole vocal tract, but especially your vocal folds, will become more flexible and more able to do the things you're wanting them to do. As well as like things to do with moving your larynx, which we'll go into later. So yeah, good for just getting things moving. Kind of like any warm-up you do, any physical exercise you do, doing a warm-up first helps things to get moving a bit better, and helps things be a bit more flexible. So that will help you. Another unique thing about these as well is they're very good for clearing out excess mucus. So if you have excess mucus, this will help you deal with that. Also, morning voice. Morning voice happens because throughout both the day and the night, your vocal tract is constantly producing protective mucus, which your body just swallows down again and clears away to constantly be using like fresh mucus, okay? The reason it needs that is that mucus is there so that if any particulates are in the air, like bits of dust or bacteria or whatever, anything that is floating around in the air that will just go through your nose easily, that gets caught up in the mucus, okay, which neutralizes it, which means that mucus can then be swallowed down and you're not going to have an issue, all right? That mucus, though, when you're sleeping, you don't swallow. Both you don't swallow and you don't drink, okay? So two of those things that are important for this mucus situation. I'm going to move my camera down a bit so that you can see me gesticulating with my hands. There you go, you can see my hands now. Yeah, that mucus, you don't rehydrate it, so you've got very thick, sludgy mucus being produced because you're sleeping, you don't have extra fluids coming in. And also, you're not swallowing, so you're not getting rid of the old mucus, you're just piling up a thick, sludgy mucus. And all of that stuff that it's catching, all of that dust, okay, is clogging it up to make it even sludgier. So when you then go to talk the next day, all of that mucus is clogging you up, making you much less flexible. It's going to shift that sound to sound much darker as those sound waves reverberate through the mucus. And yeah, less flexible, darker. You're not going to be able, because you're less flexible, you'll probably end up in lower pitches because you can't move your vocal folds quick enough. Everything is just going to feel a bit rougher. So to deal with morning voice, what we can very easily do is just do a bunch of softies. That will help you very quickly clear out all of that mucus to get you reset. a good few minutes of softies and morning voice is gone. Okay, so if you're experiencing that and that's a problem for you, just do some softies. Okay. All right, any questions about softies before I move on? Any questions about them whatsoever? It's looking like a no. Okie dokie, let's move forward then. So this is going to be our very first actual thing that we change in our voice. This is going to start changing the sound, changing the gendering of our voice. So I mentioned earlier about the vocal folds thickening and that changing the amount of time they spend closed and the amount of closure we get. Specifically what I mean by that is when your vocal folds close, they never actually have a full 100% closure, okay? They just kind of close most of the way. When we have that extra mass, that most of the way is going to be more most of the way, right? And we're spending more of that time closed. As I said earlier, that's going to add a buzz to your voice. It's going to have it sounding a little bit more like this, okay? Now I have that extra buzziness going on. If I really want to demonstrate it hardcore, I'll do the drill. It'll sound more and more like this, okay? So this is you having a lot of extra mass going on, a lot of that extra buzziness going on. This is that, so we call it a glottal quotient change or a weight change, okay? So essentially what's happening there is I told you how more closure and more time closed, if you think of that as a percentage, because we're going to be opening again afterwards, the vocal folds rapidly open and close. That's how we produce pitches, okay? Produce sound. So if we're spending more time closed with more closure, we can call this a more closed quotient, all right? We're spending more time in that section of the cycle. If we spend more time in the other side, so we're more open and we're spending more time open, now we could think of that as a more open quotient. Just think of it like a maths percentage, okay? Closed percent, open percent. Closed quotient, open quotient. That's the concept behind it, all right? If you're hearing people refer to weight or perceptual vocal weight, we're usually talking in terms of heavy or light. This is just how it sounds. It kind of sounds heavier or it kind of sounds lighter. Another term you can use is just like buzziness. It kind of sounds buzzier. It kind of sounds less buzzy. Okay? Does that make sense to everybody in terms of mechanics of all this? And to go a little bit deeper into that, if you think about the idea of us spending more time closed and having more closure, if we're doing that and we're going through that extra bit of closure, that's going to slow us down, okay? Which means, like, in terms of our full cycle, it's going to slow us down. That being slowed down allows us to get to lower pitches because pitch is modulated by the speed that we're doing everything, okay? So the more your vocal folds go through that closed, open, closed, open, closed, open, closed, open, closed on repeat, the faster they do that, the higher the pitch you get, okay? We call that a glottal cycle, closed, open, closed. Hence, glottal quotient being like a larger percentage of one part of that within an individual cycle, okay? If you've seen the term Hertz, HZ, literally Hertz is the amount of glottal cycles you have in a second. It's like a 1-to-1, that's what Hertz is. So 200 Hertz, your vocal folds have gone closed, open, closed, 200 times in 1 second. Okay? That's what that means. So we have a little bit of a pitch connection there to our weight or glottal quotient, all right? Those lower pitches are going to lean us to a more closed quotient, and the higher pitches are going to lean us to a more open quotient or a lighter vocal weight. Because if you imagine on an open quotient and a lighter vocal weight, if we're spending more time open than closed, that means we can just flit those closed, okay? We can spend much less time there. We can move on to the next cycle much quicker, so we're able to go to much higher pitches. Now, you can still go to higher pitches with a closed quotient. It's just much more difficult to do. Intuitively, you're always going to go open quotient unless you're really trying not to, all right? So a little exercise we can do to take advantage of this interaction is we'll use that pitch movement, all right? So something we're going to do the exercise is going to be like this. We're going to start at a lower pitch with that buzzier, heavier vocal weight, that closed quotient. We're going to slide up in our pitch, and we're going to start shedding that weight as we go. All right? If you're struggling to get lighter, just keep going higher. Eventually, you'll be forced to go lighter. All right? If you need to, go all the way up into your, some people call it head voice or falsetto. The proper term is M2, okay? Because it's a different way that your vocal folds vibrate. So M1 is normal talking. M2 is this head voice thing. By all means, slide all the way up into your M2. Just make sure that afterwards, when we're going to come down again, so the next part is we'll slide all the way up, shed that vocal weight, and then we're going to slide it down and keep that light vocal weight as we go back down to a normal pitch, okay? So go up. If you end up in M2, that's totally fine. But as you come down and you take that lighter sound with you, make sure you're going back into M1, into normal talking. M2 sounds like this. If I'm talking right now, this is me talking in M2. This is what M2 sounds like. Or if I drop things back over here, oh, this is what M2 sounds like, okay? This is that falsetto voice. Mickey Mouse kind of sounds like this. Okay, so those are the sort of sounds we're thinking there of that M2. By all means, go into it if you need to. Just make sure you're out of it and back into normal talking afterwards. All right? So the full drill is going to sound like this. And now I have that lighter weight to my voice, okay? Now, whenever we do a drill, we follow it with some talking to make sure we're carrying that same aspect into our voice, okay? So you do your drill. And then you carry it into your talking, okay? And to demonstrate it over here, and now I'm talking in this gentler, lighter vocal weight, that more open quotient. Okay, does that make sense to everybody? Any questions about that? If you're confused, now is the time to ask questions, because we're all about to have a go at it.
I can't just stop.
Is that a question there?
when you're doing it. Sorry?
Is that a question?
Yeah, sorry. This is basically that. When I grew up, kind of just like whenever you're doing it, I kind of have to like stop halfway, and it just sounds like kind of weird. I feel like my weight is too much.
I'm struggling to hear you. I think your mic is struggling a bit. Would you mind typing the question?
Oh.
Because I'm struggling to hear what you're saying. I think your
Okay.
mic is
Can you hear
cutting
me
in and
now?
out.
Hello?
Hello.
Sorry. So whenever I do the drill,
That's better.
and you're like, and I'm like half, you go all the way to the top, kind of just stops. Like I feel like the weight is too much. So
I'm like missing the middle of every sentence.
I said so.
You said what?
So whenever I do it, I feel like I go halfway, and then the weight is too much, so I can't go up anymore.
Oh, so you keep going up until you can't go up anymore?
Yeah, but then when I do that, it just sounds like breathy, and it doesn't sound like any.
It sounds what, sorry?
It sounds like no sound is coming out.
It sounds like no sound. Your sound is cutting off.
Yeah. Yes.
Right. Okay. So what's happening there is you're having some kind of issue around pressures. Usually, your softies are going to be what teaches you to fix that. I would say try not going to you shouldn't need to go to your absolute maximum pitch, so long as you get high enough that you are shedding that weight. So wherever it is, but we're ending up nice and light, that's good enough. And then you can take that and start dragging that down in pitch again. So I don't necessarily need you going to your max pitch height. just high enough that you start shedding that weight. If you are going this high, I would guess that you're probably going into your M2, that sort of head voice falsetto thing. Excuse me. I guess you probably are going into your M2. If you are, almost certainly you'll be getting to a light enough weight from that M2. M2 inherently has a very light weight. So essentially what's happening is your vocal folds, they start vibrating in a totally different way. Instead of having normally, they kind of flow open and closed, okay? Like a Mexican wavy kind of thing. But when they're in M2, they stretch out really taut, and then they just flit closed very, very rapidly. That's why it has that higher pitch, and because they're making so little closure, they have that very light weight, okay? Now, obviously, we're not wanting M2 for our ordinary speaking voice because it sounds completely different, but we do want to take just the lightness from it, okay? So take that sound and drag it down into your bass pitch, okay? Just did your voice warm-up. I'm so here for this. Yeah, hells yeah, that's what I want. We're about to all participate in the voice chats, so if you're not currently in a voice chat, make sure you're ready for that. Not yet, though. Not yet. For anybody that is new, that has joined us, remember we are doing a giveaway. So make sure you are participating in the YouTube chat specifically. As you participate in YouTube chat, we will be having, you will be collecting points. You can type in !points to see where you're at right now. You'll just automatically be getting points by both having increased activity and just being present. We will keep collecting points until May the 28th. At May the 28th, you'll be able to redeem all of your points for entries into the giveaway. The more points you have, the more entries you can purchase with those points, and the more, the higher your odds of winning. So, and the prize at the end is going to be 6 free private lessons with myself at a value of £120. So really good, super recommend it. Make sure you're in that YouTube chat and make sure you're typing stuff. I'm going to turn my light on real quick. And being as I see no other questions, let's all get ready to do this drill. So everybody that feels comfortable doing so, remember we are live on YouTube, but everybody's going to be super supportive, and you are anonymous. So if you're ready to, unmute your mics, everybody unmute, and we're all going to do this together, okay? Get your mics unmuted. Let's get some mics unmuted. Okie dokie. And everybody that is ready to do so, oh, I see some typing. I will wait for the typing to finish in case there is a question first. Oh, and I should make sure. So eventually, I will make a ping so that everybody in the YouTube chat can like have a regular thing, or can just like do a command to get the invite. But just for the moment, I will just do one for you guys. I'm going to use my new little tool to do that. Does that work for you guys? Yeah, that sends through. Nice. So click that link. You can join the server and you can join in on this little drill. Cool. Okay, we're all going to do this together. 3, 2, 1. Nobody joined in there. What the hell? We normally have so many people there. I guess it's a quieter day today. Boo, 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 boo. But that is the drill. That's the idea. So if you have any questions about that, let me know. A few other alternatives you can have. Generally, actually go into the other version of it. The closed quotient version. So that's for the feminizers, if you're wanting a more open quotient, okay? If we're wanting the opposite of that, okay, we're wanting a more closed quotient, we're wanting more buzziness, we're wanting a heavier vocal weight for the masculizers, we're going to go for what is effectively the opposite drill, okay? So we're going to start off at like a normal pitch, and we're going to slide real low, okay? When you slide down in pitch, you need Came to start the event. Did I not start the event? I suck. Lexi, thank you for doing that. I am trash. I am useless. Thank you for doing that. That explains the lower turnout this this week in Rainbow Library. Yes, thank you, Lexi. My bad. Okay, yeah. So, getting ourselves a bit heavier into more closed quotient. So we're going to start sliding our pitch down because as you go lower in pitch, you need, like, you can go high in pitch with a closed quotient. You cannot go low in pitch with an open quotient. You have to start closing things. You need more mass to get you to those lower pitches, okay? So what we're going to do is we're going to slide down our pitch, keep going as low as you possibly can. Eventually your voice is going to get a little bit weird. You'll be entering what's called the grave extension. It's the very bottom of your M1 pitch range. What happens there is you're going to start experiencing a lot of vocal fry, a lot of crackliness, and things are going to get really freaking heavy. So that heaviness, all right, we're going to drag that back up to our normal pitch. So it's the same concept, but we're flipping it, all right? The fry can come with it if you want. It doesn't have to. While you're a beginner though, if you're just learning this, don't worry if a fry comes with it and you can't really control it. In time, you'll learn to control it, okay? But just for the moment, do not worry if that fry comes with, okay? So that's going to sound like this, all right? It's going to be a weird one. And now I have that heavier voice. I have that more closed glottal quotient. You can hear there is a lot more vibration going on in my voice right now. That's that heavier vocal weight. Okay, and now I get rid of it again, and now I'm in my open quotient. So that's the sound you're going for if you're masculizing, all right? That heavier vocal weight, that more closed quotient, okay? Because we're emulating having that extra vocal fold mass for those cycles, all right? So, okay, do we have enough people? Do we have people that are down to have a go at that drill? It's okay if not. I'm not going to pressure anybody. But if people want to, then we'll all have a go together. So, we'll do a quick test. If you're down to give it a go, unmute now. If not, don't worry. And I'll just take a little gauge if we have enough people to go for it. Yeah, we have, okay, we have at least one person. I am down with that. All right, so everybody that is down to do so, whether you're masculizing or feminizing, we're all going to give a go at the drill together. So unmute your mics and let's all have a go. So just as I did, we're going to start at that bass pitch. We're going to slide really far down, as low as you can go, till we get into that weird sludgy area, the grave extension. We're going to take that heaviness and drag it back up into our bass pitch. Okay? All right. 3, 2, 1. One, 2, 3. You said you were going to join in. Unless I have an issue on my end and I'm not hearing people. No, because people have spoken earlier. Psycho, you didn't join in. You left me hanging. You suck. Oh, Psycho's having mic issues.
Oh, shit.
We're hearing like a sliver of sound and then it cuts out again. Hung out to dry. I know, right? What the hell? No, it looks like Psycho's mic is just something's wrong with it. I'm guessing, Psycho, either you have some cable damage or no, it's fine. Don't worry about it. You did it at home. That's good enough for me. Oh, you're on your phone. Yeah, I would guess that your phone mic is just not ready for this. Your phone mic might have something built in to like get rid of weird sounds, and so that's why it's cutting out a lot. You might also have your input sensitivity set like way too high. Yeah, they're very in spirit. We'll take it. Okie dokie. Any questions about those drills? Those are my preferred drills for working with this because they're pretty universal. Everybody can do this and everybody will have the same results if they just slide down into that grave and pull that weight up. Everybody will experience that same thing. Same thing with if we're sliding our weight, our pitch up and finding that lightness in that higher pitch and dragging it down again, okay? Everybody will have that happen in their voices. It's just part of your anatomy, okay? Now, some others that we can try, they won't work for everybody because they're based on mimicry, but for those they do work on, they'll be very, very intuitive and they'll work really well. Most people have pretty much the same results with the pitch sigh or the slide down into grave. Results start varying more once we go into mimicry because what I think of a certain sound might be different to what you think of when you hear a certain sound. So we'll start off with the cooing versus grossed out. So I want you to imagine you have like a little baby kitten, okay? You're holding a little baby kitten, okay? Or a little baby or whatever. It's really cute and you really like it. Let's move my camera down just a minute so you can see what I'm doing. So we're just holding a little kitten or something. It's really nice. It's falling asleep, okay? So we're just going to coo at the kitten a little bit. Very nice kitten. Very soft, very lovely. It could be a puppy if you want it to be. Whatever it is that you're imagining that's really cute that makes you go, ah. Okay? Ah. Now we're going to compare that sound to now the kitten just bit you. Ah! 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 Kitten, no! Ah! Stop! 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 Okay? That's going to bring you that heaviness again. Okay? So, ah. Ah! Alright? Soft. Heavy. Yeah? Those are going to be the things that we're going to be comparing. Okay? Now, something that you might have noticed is because I'm trying to go like super hard on these so that my mic picks up the difference because my mic is a bit shit. But also so that you guys can hear the difference, okay, really like dramatically. I've been going like absolute maximum with these. You don't necessarily need to do that. You'll also notice that because I'm going absolute maximum, I'm getting louder too, okay? There is a slight connection between loudness and weight or glottal quotient, whatever you want to call it. It's not a huge connection. For you, for just talking, you should be able to bring this to your talking volume, okay? You shouldn't have to get so much quieter that you are like quieter than a normal conversational volume, and you shouldn't be so much like this is now over to the same volume, okay? It still has that heaviness to it, but it's at a volume that's ordinary and conversational. I don't know how well it's coming through to you because of my mic, which is why I'm going super loud. But there is also a connection there where it starts getting louder as you go to the extremes, or starts getting really. If I go to the absolute most gentle I could possibly go, this is now quite quiet. If I try to make it a bit louder, we're mostly still that same gentleness, but we started to get a little bit heavier. It's a small difference there. My mic probably didn't pick it up, but you understand the idea. This is only a small connection between volume and weight though, so you should be able to get to a nice and light area, a nice open quotient, even if you're like raising your voice. If you're like screaming at someone, then you're probably going to struggle. But screaming is a very different kind of a sound to normal talking. And even if you're like yelling at someone downstairs, that should still be okay for you having a nice and light vocal weight. I can go like, hey, you over there, hey, and this is me being quite a bit louder without really changing my glottal quotient very much at all. I'm still quite an open quotient right now, and hey over there. It's still nice and gentle while having that extra volume, okay? There's a tiny bit of extra weight in there. So little you probably wouldn't have even noticed it if you were hearing it live. And so little that I doubt my mic picked it up at all. So yeah, definitely practice. If you're having issues of volume, practice, go through the drill, and then just change your volume afterwards, okay? Bring it to a normal speaking volume. Cool, so we have our cooing versus grossed out. We have our pitch sigh / pitch slide down into grave. Let's have a go with the ASMR voice versus sports announcer. These are all the same concepts, or at least this is the same concept as the kitten one. But now we're going to imagine you're an ASMR artist. We're doing really, really gentle, softly spoken talking, okay? We don't want anything that alarms the listener super harshly. No harsh sounds, all really, really gentle and soft, okay? Having that gentle and softness intuitively we're going to be going lighter, okay, to a more open quotient. Now, this is why I said that these are less good exercises. If it works for you, if you've listened to a lot of this kind of ASMR before, you know what I'm on about, it's going to click really hardcore for you. If you don't, it's probably not going to make any sense whatsoever, okay? Which is why we have just the pitch ones, because they're much more universal. It doesn't matter if you have the same cultural understanding as me, it will work for everybody because it's just relying on your anatomy, okay? But this is going to be that gentler kind of a voice, all right? And then we can compare that to a sports announcer. Yeah, heck yeah, sports. Strike. Batter out. Think about the Wii Sportsman. Now we're much heavier. We got much more buzziness going on. This is going to be like Wii Sports or whatever it is, okay? Think about sports announcers. I don't know anything about sports, but maybe you do. So yeah, go sports. Yeah, that's going to have that heavier aspect to it, that more closed quotient. So you can give that a go if that vibes with you. Within all of those, you should have found something that works for you. Again, if in doubt, use the pitch ones because they're much more universal. The last one I'll talk about a little bit is the yawn voice, okay? When we yawn, okay, if I then hold that yawn as a voice, I'll do a more audible yawn. I can't do it without actually then yawning. If I do an audible yawn and then I bring that into talking, I'm naturally going to end up with a very, very open quotient, okay? Now you can hear in a yawn voice, it's a very specific kind of voice. I don't sound like, I just sound like this, okay? Because this is all a yawn voice can sound like. It sounds kind of dopey, it sounds kind of hollow, it's always going to sound like this. But part of that is a more open quotient. It's not my preferred exercise. It's kind of hacky because it forces you into a single configuration. But if you're really struggling with all this, I don't mind you using it as like an introduction to the idea, okay? Start exploring it using yawn voice and then bring it out into other exercises, all right? That's generally going to be a much better way for staying with that yawn voice because it's just so, you can't move it around, you can't reconfigure it, it's just a yawn voice. Cool, all right. Any questions about weight/glottal quotient? But the same thing, looked at in two different lenses, glottal quotient being a description of the mechanics, weight being a description of how that then sounds, okay? So it's just the same thing looked at from two different lenses, all right? What are we thinking? Did that make sense? Any questions? And I've not taken my own advice. I've not drunk nearly enough today, but I'll be right. Do as I say, not as I do. I had a busy, busy day today. Boo, 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 boo. No questions. Okie dokie. We've got a very quiet set of chats today. There's plenty of people, but nobody's talking. But hopefully that makes total sense. Again, if you do have questions, do be typing out your questions. Last thing I'll mention, specifically for the open quotient people, it's very easy for you to confuse open quotient with breathiness, okay? Remember, these are completely separate things, okay? Breathiness is going to sound like this, okay? This right now is breathiness. It's a very, very unique kind of a sound. Literally what I'm doing is I'm breathing out as I'm talking, okay? That's breathiness. Right now, I don't have that breathiness anymore. So these are very, very different things, okay? If you normally have breathiness in your voice, I don't mind that. There's nothing wrong with that. Some people quite like it. However, when you're practicing this specific thing, I would say turn off that breathiness just so that you can hear the difference between breathiness and open quotient. Once you understand that, and once you've gotten really good of open quotient, and you've got this solid and you're ready to move on, bring your breathiness back in, okay? It's just while you understand what quotient is, so you don't have that conflation developing, all right? And again, if you know you plan to add breathiness, just wait until you've learned quotient first, And then you can build that understanding that these are separate things and we can avoid any conflations happening. Yeah, again, any questions about any of that? Also, we're getting about halfway through this the lecture portion now. Let's do a little points thing. Okay, this is my first time doing this. Let's see how this works. So I have just typed in !heist. That should now do a thing. It did do a thing. Oh, ignore the Streamlabs one. I forgot to turn that one off. Ignore that one. Lamau. Wait, is that one to... Yeah, that is one to ignore. Remove. Why didn't that work? Okie dokie. Let's try a different thing then. So do we do anything when that happens? Well, you will do, but apparently that did not work just now. Let me just double check my commands a second. Okay, we will do a different thing then. One sec. Yeah, scuffed. This, I spent 5 hours testing different things to make this whole giveaway system work. And so things have ended up a little bit fucked at the end. A little bit scuffed. We do now have a system. But it is an imperfect... Oh no, it is a great system. But I might have not turned off all my other systems. And so that is a thing. I don't know why Heist didn't work. I do have that set up. Ooh, is the bot not typing anything? Could that be the issue? Let's have a quick look. The bot did successfully connect. Did I forget to give the bot permissions? Yeah, I believe I did. Okay, I know what I need to do here. Give me just a second, guys, and I will fix that. And then we can have our little heisty heist. Boo, 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 boo. Take me back to the studio, please. Studio. Boo, 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 boo. Boo, 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 boo. Okay, let's remove that, and add, what did we call this again? If the Streamlabs thing just popped up, ignore that. Lol. Result 0. Okay, that's fine. Freaking shut up, Streamlabs. I've already removed you. Go away. Alright, whatever. And I'm adding... what did I call this thing? What did I call this thing? I promise I will get this set up for you. Okay, I can't get it set up for you. Never mind. We will not do that right now because I cannot set that up right now. Big rip. Big, huge rip. Ripperoonies in the chat. For that not working. Damn it. Okay, we will not do a big points giveaway. I will sort that out later though. When we do the one-on-one section, I'll have more like space on my screens to set that up for you. So we'll do that then. Sorry about that. Yeah. I fucked up. Sorry. Scuffed stream. Scuffed stream. I know. You have a question. Are there any interoception? Am I saying that right? Interoception exercises. I have not heard of interoception. What do you mean by interoception? Or can you describe what you mean mechanically? And then I might be able to, because maybe I'm just not familiar with a specific term. For vocal training, like how to feel your larynx. Oh, proprioception is what you're looking for. And my camera's just died. Scuffed stream. Let me turn on or plug it in, and then it will start charging, and then I will be able to turn that back on in a second. Yeah, proprioception is the word you're looking for there. Pro is with an I, isn't it? Proprioception. So proprioception exercises, I super recommend not trying to feel any of this, and instead focus on the sound. The reasoning for that is because a lot of the changes we're making are ones that are in parts of your bodies that you just don't feel very much. There is some debate right now about whether your vocal folds have any sensation whatsoever. And that's not a settled matter yet. We don't have the answer fully. I've heard some people that have played with boroscopes that say you can feel them. And I've had others that say, well, that's not very conclusive because you don't know that what you're feeling is actually the vocal folds there. Because there's a lot that goes into your vocal folds moving. So ultimately, we don't really know whether you can feel your vocal folds at all, which means all of this weight stuff, we don't even know if you can feel it, which is why I really want you focusing on the sound. Also, ultimately, the change you're wanting to produce is a change to the sound, not a change to the way it feels to make that sound. So, being as the focus of what we're trying to do is the sound, use that focus when it comes to analysing that sound. Focus on that audible change. It is a bit harder. You can't feel as concrete because these are new sounds to you and you don't necessarily know if you're doing it right. But that's what you've got people like me for. You can ask me if you're doing it right. Within my Discord, there is a section that is called clip feedback. You can submit a clip and I will analyse it for you. Try to be specific in what you're wanting to understand and what you're trying to do. So don't just give me like, does this sound like a dude? Does this sound like a chick? Give me something more specific to work with. If you don't know, then like ask. And like ultimately I don't mind if you do just put like, is this dude yet? Is this chick yet? But like only if you have no idea about any of this stuff. If you've attended this workshop, you'll already have enough to give me better questions than that. Cool. You thought you were feeling something weird? Oh, you thought you was weird for not feeling anything. Yeah, that's totally normal. You probably won't feel anything. Focusing on the sound, yeah, that's 100% you want to be focused on the sound. Do not worry if you do not gain physical sensation from this. It's pretty normal. I don't feel anything from doing this. We do have... Okay, so little tangent. Quality of trans voice teaching is a little lackluster. There are some teachers that are really good. There are some teachers that honestly are just, in my opinion, terrible. I've seen teachers that teach harmful things. I've seen teachers that teach things that will have you doing these like random, unnecessary behaviors. I saw one teacher that was telling all of her mask students that they need to tuck in their chins because apparently dudes do that. I've never seen a dude do that when they talk, but whatever. All of these unnecessary things. There's even the idea of, if you might have come across it before, called swallow and hold. Swallow and hold is a really, really damaging technique. Yeah, I'm fixing the camera as I'm talking. It'll be coming back on in the next few seconds. Yeah, swallow and hold is a really harmful technique. We'll go into it in more detail later in terms of where it came from. But basically, the idea is like holding your swallow at a certain point, which does the thing we're going to talk about next. The problem with it is there's a lot that goes into swallowing, including a bunch of different tensions. So you can end up doing a bunch of damage to yourself with swallow and hold. Oof, rip me. Is that somebody that's been taught swallow and hold? Yeah, it's a really, really bad exercise that can cause quite significant damage. So definitely don't use swallow and hold. I'll teach you way better exercises in the next section. But yeah, so quality varies a lot. One of the other things that some people teach is to focus on the sensation. Some people will say, specifically in this section, take a vibration and move it. I've heard some people say like the vibration in your chest, move it up to your mouth or move it into your head or into your neck, or variations upon that. I don't feel any vibrations in my chest with any of this anyway. So in my opinion, these are all red flags as a teacher. And I personally recommend avoiding those teachings. Obviously, I'm biased. I believe my teaching is correct. That's why I teach it this way. I would have changed it if I thought it was incorrect. But hopefully I've given you some reasoning there of why I think the way I think. by all means ask me any questions about that as we go. Because I do want you guys to like have a good enough understanding that even if it isn't me that you choose as your teacher, whoever you do choose, you have enough knowledge to vet if they are a good teacher or not. Because sometimes just going based off reviews or based off popularity isn't always enough. So yeah, just keep all of that in mind. Cool. Boo, 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 boo. Hey, not trans here, but you'd still like to thank me for the very important work. Oh, you're very, very welcome. Yeah, I mean, this is something that I feel really passionate about and I really enjoy. As you can probably tell, while I have no makeup on, I am trans myself, and I had a lot of fun learning this and just got very passionate about it. And probably my ADHD had me hyper focusing a whole bunch because I've only just recently started medication. So yeah, this has just been a really big part of my life, and I thought make it a part of everybody else's life. Yeah, hyper fixating on training, literally. But yeah, thank you. I don't know, thank you for acknowledging it. It's really nice. Oh, thank you for the follow.
Charles H subscribed to the channel.
Thank you, Charles. Thank you so much for that subscribble. Also, I should mention, if I have set this up right, and there is a very real possibility that I have not. In fact, wait, I can just check, I think. I think I can check. Currency. Okay, never mind. The thing I was about to mention is not true. I will not even go into what I was going to say because I have not set that up properly. I'll do that in a future stream. But yeah, thank you very, very much, Charles, for the subscription. Let's take a little moment to talk about what we're going to be doing with this channel. Right now, all I've been doing is these voice workshops, and I also do a monthly makeup workshop. That's not me personally, it's somebody I hire. A close friend of mine is a makeup artist. They are the other side of Trans Network. Yeah, every month they do a makeup workshop, and every week I do these workshops. But we're also going to start Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. As of next week, as of Monday coming, we're going to start doing some live streams where we're just going to talk about all sorts of things. Monday, the plan is to go into, for our UK girlies and UK duders, you may have noticed a new Supreme Court hearing about the interpretation of the Gender Recognition Act, where women means biologically female, according to the Supreme Court. So we're going to be digging into that, doing some research and getting a full understanding of what that means, the implications for us, and how that's going to affect our lives. So yeah, swing by Monday if you want to learn about that. Also remember, the more time you spend in the YouTube chat, you can only do that while I'm live, obviously, because YouTube chat doesn't exist when I'm not live. So the more time you spend there, the greater your odds of winning the giveaway in a month's time. So, cool shit. Thank you, Lexi. Yeah, no worries, made a goof. Just enjoy what you're learning, and hopefully it does good stuff for you. Oh, reading properly now. Seems like it might be a bit strict with little room for mistakes. Oh, you're absolutely welcome to get things wrong. That's all good. When we go into the latter section might be more what you've been looking for, made a goof. Later on, at the end of the lecture portion, so I'm going to describe all the stuff now. Later on, people will get to like have a go at stuff, and I'll like review people one-on-one and just give you some feedback. Cool. Okie dokie. Any last questions about weight / glottal quotient? Is there anything that anybody has not understood fully? Anything that people need describing in a bit more detail? Let me know before we move on. I'll give people a quick chance to ask those questions. But yeah, the entire point of all this is just to learn. So don't feel like you have to already know stuff, because otherwise, why would you be here? Yeah, be here to learn. And if there's anything that confuses you, by all means, let me know. And yeah, hopefully we can all learn together. Cool. Okay, let's move forward then. So, I mentioned earlier, right back when we were talking about testosterone changes, how that larynx, okay, it gets bigger. All right, it goes downwards bigger and it goes outwards bigger. All right, so that's why we see that Adam's apple, that laryngeal prominence, because literally we've expanded outwards. Okay, so that's pushed forwards. All right, so you can now see it pushing through the skin. So that change in our vocal tract size, that change in the larynx size, is warping the sound. Because remember, as that sound's being produced by your vocal folds, as it bounces around, as it resonates through the different chambers of your voice, that's going to start affecting the sound. All right, it's going to make it sound brighter. It's going to make it sound smaller. It's going to make it sound like the difference. Oh, sorry. If it's bouncing around a larger space, it'll sound bigger and darker. A smaller space, brighter and what did I say before? Darker, bigger, bigger space. Brighter, smaller, smaller space. Ignore me. Yeah, so essentially we're talking this. Okay, sound being produced there, bouncing around this chamber. Okay, resonating through that chamber. Versus this. Bigger chamber, still making the same sound. But because it's resonating through a larger chamber, it makes it sound brighter, it makes it sound larger, okay? So the same thing is literally happening in your vocal tract when that larynx gets bigger from testosterone exposure. To really demo this, okay, I'll show you it happening real time, all right? If I bring things down over here, you see my larynx there? Okay, that big sticky outer bit, that's the laryngeal protrusion, the Adam's apple. Okay, if I now raise that larynx up, okay, now it's getting smaller, all right? Again, if I drop things down again, so now we've just been exposed to testosterone, we have that larger sound, okay, and we have that darkness coming through, all right? Darker, larger sound, smaller, brighter sound. Okay? So that's mechanically how this is all working. Now again, I can show you super. Okay, so again, this is what it sounds like if I do that little tapping test. And then if I expose it to testosterone. Okay? All I'm doing there is I'm physically moving my larynx down and outwards or up and inwards, okay? So I'm changing that size just behaviorally. It's kind of like if we said, like, testosterone makes you start raising your arms, so I can reverse testosterone by just lowering them again, okay? It's that concept, all right? We're just behaviorally using our muscles to move it, okay? So now we have that smallness, that reduced larynx size, that raised larynx, as if we hadn't been exposed to testosterone. Okay, hopefully that makes sense. Again, ask any questions if you're struggling to follow. Have I missed anything there? We'll re-demonstrate the tapping thing. So again, if I bring things over here, if you're feminizing, you're just doing this. It's hard to figure out where to flick because it's moving as you go. Also, I think somebody just liked the stream. Thank you for doing that. I appreciate that. And again, the same thing going down. All of that is just my larynx moving up and moving down. Okay? So let's have a go at this. All right? Now, the exercise we're going to do is called the big dog, small dog. All right? The idea behind it is I want you to gently just pant like a big dog, okay? All right? That's going to bring your larynx down as you do that. Now, and don't worry about the larynx, like don't worry about trying to move the larynx. just worry about doing that big dog pant, okay? Your brain will figure out how to do that. And the way it will figure it out is by lowering your larynx. All you need to think about as the person in the driving seat is just make big pant sound. Yeah, so again, that's... And then for the other side, okay, we want that small dog sound, all right? So big dog, small dog. And then we add a phonation test to that. So we start making some proper normal sound, and we can start hearing the effect that has on our voice, all right? And now you can hear that I have that much brighter, smaller sound to my voice, even more so than is my pitch, because, even more so than is my bass, because I don't always go to the absolute maximum for my talking. You have a little bit of wiggle room there. But the point is, this is that brighter sound from doing that smaller dog. Now, if you struggle with this at first, that's completely fine. This is a really difficult thing to do. So really take your time with it. Do not worry if you don't sound exactly how I sounded there. What you're mainly going for is if you can just sound... My screen's about to turn off. There we go. If you can just sound brighter than you were at the bigger dog, then you've made some progress there. And as you keep practicing, you can make that a bigger and bigger distance, okay? Because it just comes with understanding that muscle movement, gaining that muscle memory, and getting better at the exercise, okay? So do take your time with it, and do not feel ashamed or do not feel worried if you struggle at first. This is a very difficult thing to start getting. For most people, this is far harder than the weight stuff, okay? In my own vocal journey, I could already do weight stuff, like quotient stuff, pretty much off the bat, because it turned out the way I would talk to my dog is for my like baby voice, my talking to my dog voice. All I did was I went for a more open quotient, okay, a lighter weight. That was what my dog voice was. So I'd already been practicing that when I did the cutesy voice to my dog. Which means that whole 8 months we talked about was all just focused on this. That's how long it took me. So do not feel worried if you struggle with this, okay? Very, very difficult skill we're doing right now. But let's get back to it. So if you're feminizing, we're going for that smaller vocal tract. We're going for that small dog. If you're masculizing, you're going for that lower larynx position, okay? You're going for that larger dog, okay? For that larger sound, okay? 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, that's the change that we're talking about. All right. So, how do people feel this time about having a little participation? Again, I do not want anybody to feel pressured, but it's a good opportunity to like remove any of that embarrassment and just have a go doing something silly. I really, especially in this exercise, I really want you treating this as just like a silly thing you can do with your voice. Don't worry too much about the end product right now, because this is going to be a journey of you learning. So just have a bit of fun with it and have a little explore. You'll make progress faster that way. Cool. So I'm not going to pressure anybody. Does anybody feel like having a go? And we can, if there are a bunch of people, we'll just all do it together at the same time. I'll say if you want to participate, just unmute your mic real quick and I'll check how many we have. We have a couple of people, then we'll do it together. If not, do not worry about it at all. I don't want anybody to feel like they have to right now. And again, you do not have to worry about getting it wrong. You would, but it was hard to focus. Is that you're not sure how to do it? Or like, how do I help you with that? Or is that like you just need some time to figure it out? What I'm asking is there a question there so I can like help you? Or do you just like need a bit of time? And that's fine. Oh, it was hard to listen. Oh, do I have any mic issues right now? No. Okay, my mic's fine. Yeah, okay, that's fine, that's fine. So again, the sound we're going for is that bigger dog, okay? And then that smaller dog. Or if you're masculizing, just the other way around. And then always remember that phonation test afterwards. Okay, so for everybody that would like to join in, we'll do that all together. Just go for whichever one applies to you. We're going to do the big dog, small dog, or the small dog, big dog. And then make sure you have that phonation test afterwards. And we'll just like do the phonation test and then 1, 2, 3. Just as a little experiment with actually using the voice. Okay? So 3, 2, 1, all together now. Ha. 1, 2, 3, 4.
1, 2, 3, 4.
I heard some sounds there. Melissa, I think you struggled to maintain it as you went into your endpoint there.
Yeah.
That's okay though, we can work on that together. All right, if we all want to remute again, thank you so much for participating there. If you want to go through that in more detail, stick around to the end and I will go through it in more detail with you. But yeah, if you now remute. Little dog for fem voice. Yeah, exactly. Well done. So that little dog is raising your larynx intuitively, which is why it's bringing you to that more feminine voice, because it's giving you that smaller vocal tract space. Okay, that smaller larynx space specifically. So little dog for fem voice, big dog for mask voice. And always remember, well done for the people that participated for remembering this. Always remember to have that phonation test at the end, where we're having that pant, and then we're going. We're having that phonation test, so we're bringing it into some sound, okay? And then just like do a little talking so you can experiment with keeping it in your voice. Your mum called the moment you tried to participate. It's no problem, Couscous. Why did I say Couscous? It's just cuss. You just threw me back into food there. I can't believe I just did that. Yeah, no worries, cuss. No worries. Okie dokie. So a little bit more I'll talk about here. I've been talking about that larynx space and those changes to the filter that we were on about in that earlier bit with the power source filter model. Okay, that larynx changing, that brightness of a sound. You'll notice I've not been using the word pitch, apart from when I accidentally said it and didn't mean it. This is not pitch. This is a completely different thing to pitch, okay? Pitch is produced, as I said earlier, by your vocal folds opening and closing faster. This change is once they've done that and they've made the sound, it's that sound taken on the size of the chamber it's in, okay? So when I was tapping on the guitar there, I was making the same pitch each time because it's like my same finger, it's the same thing happening, okay? But that change in size is like, it's filtering that sound, okay? So to demo that really quick for you, pitch movements sound like this. If you can do like, if you can do a Mario theme, now we're using pitch. If we're sounding like this, that's the larynx moving, okay? That's that sound taking on a different sized chamber. So I'm moving my larynx down there and back up again. Yeah? So that's the important thing there. Always, 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 always check that it's not pitch you're changing. It's this other thing, okay? This larynx height, all right? Completely different vocal things. Easy way to remember it is by calling it larynx height, because that reminds you that it's the larynx moving, not the vocal folds. For like a quick vocal folds, pitch and weight, or pitch and quotient, larynx height, yeah? It's its own thing. How to apply to your regular voice? Yeah, definitely. As I said earlier, really be accepting of yourself with struggling with this, because this is a really difficult thing to do. Most people won't have ever done this before in their lives. So this is a very unique thing you're doing with your voice. Most people don't even know you can do it, which is why you're going to need some patience with yourself. But you'll get there in the end. Unless you have like some medical issue that prevents you from moving your larynx, everyone can do this. You know you can do this because the reason you're able to move your larynx and the reason the swallow and hold technique exists is because you do this entire movement we're talking about every single time you swallow. When you swallow, in fact, I'll just do it and I'll show you, okay? So I'll move things back down to here. In fact, I'll go to my original voice so you can like hear that I'm not changing anything, all right? So here's my completely unmodified voice. Watch my larynx, okay? Did you see that? Yeah? So as I swallowed there, it moved up, it moved down, like further down than is my norm, and then it went back to rest position, okay? So every time you swallow, you do this entire movement, all right? By a pretty huge degree. Now, because of that existing, there is an exercise out there called swallow and hold. Excuse me. There's an exercise out there called swallow and hold. The idea being, as you swallow, you saw it go up, you then just hold everything in place there and use that for your talking. The problem is there is so much more that happens in swallowing than just your larynx moving. The entire process of swallowing, let's say you're like chewing some food, your tongue brings all of that chewed up food into a ball. We call that a bolus. It then pushes into the back of your throat, where it enters your pharynx, okay? Your pharynx then continues to push it down in a sort of like, it opens up and then closes around it and starts squeezing it down, okay? Your larynx closes off, all right? The top of your larynx, it has this little bit of cartilage so it can close it off so that you can then continue to swallow it down and not choke on it. So our larynx is closing off for a start. Our pharynx is doing all sorts of things. Our tongue's doing all sorts of things. There's just a lot happening when you swallow, including your larynx closing off. So that's going to hugely modify the sound. It's your muscles doing a bunch of stuff. So now just in the middle of that process, and you don't have to understand all that process I've just talked about, but just imagine when you swallow, just locking everything up halfway and then trying to talk through that. It's never going to go well. I don't want you guys to give it a go because you'll probably hurt yourselves. There's just so much going on there that isn't the larynx movement. The larynx movement happens as well, okay? As your pharynx is doing its thing, the larynx also raises up, and I believe the reasoning for it is it then helps to push things down because the larynx is in front of the pharynx. But like, there's so much more happening than that larynx movement. So I really don't want you guys trying to swallow and hold, regardless of who you hear it from. Even if you've heard it from like one of your trans friends and they said it worked for them, please avoid it, because the odds of you hurting yourself are so high. So please just, here's a better exercise. It's much more reliable. You'll learn it quicker and you won't hurt yourself. Okay. It feels very weird because you just sound kind of fake when trying to make any higher pitch sounds with any methods. Yeah, we'll talk about pitch in a little bit. To give you a brief rundown though, pitch is actually very irrelevant to the gendering of your voice. So if I bring things back to my like original unmodified voice and I just raise a pitch, and now I have a higher pitch. But do you hear how this sounds just as masculine and just sounds a little bit odd, even though I have that higher pitch? That's because pitch is kind of irrelevant. I've just brought that pitch down again to then go into my femme voice because pitch is so irrelevant, but my pitch barely changes. Like, so my pitch is, I think, not changed at all there, and I'm back into my unmodified voice that has a tiny bit higher pitch there, but like tiny. Okay, so like pitch is so barely relevant. I label it as like a gendered 0.5 thing, or like a gendered 0.1 really. It's just, it does so little to the gendering of your voice. So yeah. Is that also the same as the straw technique? I do not know what straw technique you're referring to. There is the softy of the bubble phonations, which we talked about earlier, where we're blowing bubbles into a straw. That's just a warm-up thing. If you missed that section, go rewind for VOD, because you can do that while I'm live. Rewind it to the softy section and just give that a quick run through at like 2x speed or something, just to catch yourself up on that. Or like just rewatch that section in your own time, whatever is most convenient to you. Is it okay if you unmute to give your best example? Yeah, let's go for it. Have a little unmute. We'll have a little listen.
Hello.
Hey, how you doing?
I am doing fine, I guess.
Good.
Yeah, I'm trying to. I have been like trying to voice train for a while.
Yeah.
But there's always like different things that kind of prevent me from sounding the way I want to sound.
Okay then.
Because I have tried doing different methods, or going for different things to give myself the kind of voice I want to have, but nothing seems to sound right.
Okay then.
Like right now, and what's especially strange is that it feels like my voice is actually deeper when I hear it through someone else's. Like through the mic, it sounds much deeper than I think it actually sounds.
Yeah,
Real
so to
life.
give a little explanation to that, essentially, that happens to everybody. So you're not like, there's nothing wrong with you there. That's pretty normal. What's happening is when you hear your voice, part of what you're hearing is your voice reverberating through your skull to your ears. Because if you think about just the positioning of everything, your mouth is pretty in line with your ears, okay? Your ears, in fact, are further back, typically, I guess. So to get to your ears, it's having to reverberate backwards a little bit, up through your skull, all right? By reverberating through your skull, remember, sound, as it resonates through stuff, takes on the shape and size. So now it's going through an entirely different material than air. It's changing it, not a huge amount, because we're only talking a very small distance there, but it is going to brighten the sound a little bit. So you're always going to hear yourself a small amount brighter than the recording. Now,
So
generally, this isn't something you need to worry about too much, because we can just think about it as like a relative change. We're not heading for like absolute values. We're not trying to measure anything in numbers. We're just going for, is it brighter than it was before? And that can help you there, because we're going to move it the same amount. So it doesn't matter what your like base point of hearing it is, so long as we're still raising things. Does that make sense?
I guess so. Just like the way it's the way I understand it. It might be kind of pessimistic. The way I understand it is like basically the voice you hear from yourself is not the actual voice.
Kinda, yeah. It's your voice slightly filtered through your skull.
So in that sort of sense, it's kind of impossible to know what your actual voice sounds like without recording it.
Kind of. Okay, kind of. So there's a few things I'll say here. So firstly, obviously, as you said, recordings are a great way to get around this, to hear what it actually is sounding like to everybody else. Secondly, the more you work on this, the more you become familiar with your voice, and the more you compare yourself to recordings, your brain, because it is very, very, like, your brain is freaking crazy and plastic as heck, it will adapt to this change as it becomes more familiar and realizes that these two sounds are out of sync. So as you keep comparing yourself to recordings, eventually your recorded voice versus your, like, as you heard it, will become the same thing. Because your brain will realize that there is an error and it will correct for it. Because your
Now-
brain is like so freaking cool.
That
So, yeah.
that is now I get that, but now I'm just wondering to which direction would it correct itself?
Like, it will just correct itself to whatever is more accurate. So if like everybody hears themselves a bit brighter, only a small, like, this isn't to such a degree that you won't be able to analyze your own voice. You can, but it is a bit brighter. So just as your brain hears its recorded voice more and more often, it will realize that it's just a little bit off, and it'll adjust for that. And so your conscious level of assessment will hear them as the same thing, because it will fix the error that it's made. So that it will sound like the recorded version, not like the reverberated through your skull version.
The problem is that I don't want it to sound like the recorded version.
Well, so that's why you then modify the actual sound being made. Like we do these larynx exercises to edit that. Yeah?
It just doesn't add up to me. I'm so sorry.
What's the confusing bit?
It's just like I try doing all of these, like I said, I've already tried doing a lot of these different methods. And no matter what I do, it just never sounds or feels right.
Okay, well, let's give it a go together, shall we? Do you mind giving me a big dog, little dog, and we'll see what happens.
Like from big to little dog or the other way
Yeah,
around?
so like I'll demonstrate it for you. So
Okay.
and then give me like a couple of sentences of talking, just so I can continue to analyze the whole thing.
Okay, I guess I could try.
Oh, sorry. Just to pause you real quick, you'll need to change your sound settings. Sorry, otherwise I won't be able to hear you. So if you go
Yeah, I
into your
was
user...
kind of-
Pardon?
Yeah, I was assuming that.
Yeah. So user settings, voice and video. Your input sensitivity needs to be turned off of automatic. That's where it's at by default. And slide all the way to the left. It'll say -100 decibels. If you're in dark mode, it'll be like all green, I think. And if you're in light mode,
yeah.
it'll be all grey. And then underneath that, you need to turn off your echo cancellation, is it called? Something like that.
Hopefully
and
this doesn't sound crusty.
And then underneath that will be a noise suppression thing. And you need to set that to none.
I'm aware of that. I'm aware of that.
Cool.
It's just like, I hope I don't sound crusty.
No, you'll be fine. You'll be fine. Don't worry about it.
Okay, so I guess I could try again.
When you're ready.
Hopefully I can.
Okay, so what's happening there is as you're going into that vocal onset, that phonation test, we're having a drop. Okay, so you did a really good job of those big dog, little dogs. Okay. Well, we then had that drop again afterwards. Okay. So give it another go real quick and really try to focus. Oh, another thing I'll say is I didn't hear it causing any issues, but just in case, I'll let you know. Your pants can be a bit gentler. It didn't sound like it caused any strain as you went into talking, but sometimes it can if you're having like too much force in your pants. So just like be nice and gentle with it to not take that strain forward.
Okay.
But yeah, also when you end on that last pant, the bright pant, listen to it for a little bit and then try to take it into the voice. Try to like have that sound and like try to carry that sound through into the phonation test.
Okay.
All right.
So,
Give it a go. Okay, we were getting there then. You started to run out of breath. I fully recognise that.
yeah.
That's totally fine, Dory. As you practice this, you will realise how much breath you need and how long to spend and how long you have access to before you run out of breath. But if I was to listen past the running out of breath, it sounded like we were getting somewhere there. So my recommendation to you is just keep practicing this drill. I'm absolutely hearing progress in your voice there. So don't worry too much. I think you can do this. Keep working on this. Keep in mind, you're not expecting this to change in a week. This will take you a long time to get good at. This is a very difficult skill. Just keep practicing and you will get better at this. I'm hearing improvement already. So.
Yeah, I guess it's very confusing for me just because like with how long I have been trying to do this without any progress, it doesn't feel like I am making any progress whatsoever when I've already been trying
Yeah.
some of these methods before.
Yeah, so the difficulty that comes is there can be lots of variations in ways people practice, where it's like a more active practice versus a more passive practice. There can be like variations in just the way you've heard things explained, which can make things very confusing sometimes. Obviously, the exercises themselves, I imagine you've come across a few different exercises. That's what you're telling me. Some of those practices, in the most polite way possible, are going to vary in quality. Some are going to be better than others. Obviously, I use this exercise because I think it's a good exercise. So, like, there's a lot of things that could be contributing to why you're having issues. It's not necessarily a you thing.
Yeah.
Or like it might be an issue of the way you're practicing, less than what I'm trying to communicate is there's no reason to assume that you have like a physical issue here, unless you received some kind of diagnosis. And I'm not hearing anything that would ring alarm bells to me.
No, I never had like I never had a diagnosis. There is something that happened in my earlier childhood, but it's like a bit. I don't think it's related, but it's kind of.
Okay.
I'm not. I'm not
If you
gonna
want
say
to, you
it.
can
I'm
tell me
not-
about that later. I'm hearing in your voice that you don't want to say that live on stream, so that's entirely fine.
Yeah, I did not even expect these to be live.
Yeah,
So,
these are live.
yeah, but like as a singer, because I do sing, like it's kind of strange to feel that these. I've practiced. I've been singing for since I was like 10, and I've been practicing with different like sounds and pitches and different other ways of trying to modify my voice. I can do a lot of different voices say, but nothing that sounds like overly feminine. Like
Yeah, that's
unless
fair
I do some kind of unless I do something more, I guess, sensual, which I don't want to right here. But I don't know.
Yeah. Don't worry about that right now.
Yeah, so
Yeah. So okay. It sounds like so. What I heard from when you did a little practice there with me, I heard some progress happening. It wasn't an end point yet, but it was progress. So maybe you're someone that just needs a bit of help one-on-one, in which case lessons are an option.
yeah, I just
That's a way of doing
that's
things. There's also thinking about the ways you practice. Are we doing a very active practice where we're really deeply analysing our voice each time? There's also like, are we having patience with like you're telling me you've been bouncing around a bunch of different exercises. How long have we spent on one exercise? Maybe we've just not. Maybe we wanted results too soon, and we've moved on to something else, and now we're starting again every single time, and so we're never moving a point like beyond beginner. There's lots of things that could be contributing to your struggles here.
most definitely. Like a lot of that could be the reason. But yeah, for actual like general lessons, I don't think I could afford anything like that.
Sure.
Like so it makes it just very difficult. Like I don't like. And this is obviously not against you or anything,
of
but
course not.
I wouldn't. But I wouldn't. But like in my personal opinion, I would not. I would. I wish there was more accessible ways to do this. To be able to learn this stuff.
Super valid. I mean, in terms of what I provide, so my lessons are the cheapest that I've seen anywhere. May still be out of budget for you, and that's completely valid. So I charge £20 an hour, or £20 for a 55-minute private lesson, or for public lessons, which are ones that anybody can listen in on and watch, and have a possibility of becoming YouTube videos. Those ones I do for free. Those are both the current price point. They will change in the future, but they're probably going to stay like that at least for like until like September, October or something. That's when I plan on reviewing where things are at. So there's the cheapest options that I know of existing. There might be someone out there that does cheaper. I just don't know about.
I see.
Just to give you an idea of what is available.
Yeah, I understand that. I really just am not comfortable
Super
with
valid.
spending anything right now for that sort of thing.
Yeah, that's super valid. That's super valid.
I still wish there was a way. I still wish there was
yeah.
a way for me to just have lessons without needing to.
Well, the only other alternative I have for you is obviously we have the giveaway right now. So get yourself in YouTube chat. Make sure you're participating lots. And then, as I say, as you participate more, you build up points. And then at the end of it, we'll be doing. You can redeem all your points for entries, and the more entries you buy, the higher chance you have of winning the giveaway. And that's 6 private lessons for free.
I see.
That's the only other thing I can think of for you.
I know. Yeah, of course. But yeah, I'm not sure if that would work. That would really work for me. And it's obviously luck based. So
Yeah,
I don't
of
want to
course, of
risk.
course.
I don't want to kind of spend my. I don't want to spend my time with that. I guess.
That's fine. That's fine.
Just
Just giving you all the different options.
Yeah, of course. You're doing what you can. It's not that's not a problem.
No worries. Okay, so to finish this off, and then we'll carry on with the workshop. My advice to you is keep practicing. The little thing you gave me there, where we did a little bit of Big Dog, Little Dog together, you made progress, which tells me that you just need to keep practicing this, and you'll start getting it. When I say practice this, and this applies to everyone, by the way, when I say practice this, what I specifically mean is, sorry, the echoing is like throwing me off a little bit. What I specifically mean, thank you, is I want you practicing often. I don't care how long for. I don't need you spending like an hour a day on this. What I want you doing is little and often, okay? 5 minutes, 3 minutes, like 4 or 5 times a day. That's going to be really good for progress. That's going to be so much better than one hour practice, okay? Because what I want you doing is repeating this, okay? Repetitions is how we build muscle memory. So keep repeating this really often. Focus on the sound. Don't focus on your muscles or how it feels. Focus on the sound, okay? Be actively analyzing your voice as you're talking, okay? To listen for those errors. If you hear an error as you're talking, re-drill and then continue talking, okay? Those moments are the best moments, okay? Every time you hear in real time an error and you fix it by re-drilling, you've made massive progress in that moment, okay? You get some of those happening, and eventually things are going to start really coming into place, okay?
Okay.
So little and often.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's my recommendation to you, and that same principle applies to everybody. So yeah.
Okay. I'll yeah. Sorry about the whole thing. We can
No,
you can
fine,
move on
you're
now.
fine.
You can move on.
Fab. All right. So if you want to remute, and we'll carry on with the workshop. By all means, by the way, anybody else has questions, ask those questions. When I say we do a one-on-one section at the end, that's what it's going to look like. So if you're wanting what we've just had now, that's what we're going to do towards the end. So yeah, perfect little demonstration there. Cool. Is there any last questions about vocal tract size or like larynx size? So moving of that larynx up and down, okay? Larynx height is what some people will call it as well. I think larynx height's a good name because you can see it. But we can be talking about this using lots of different terms. Some people call this resonance because it's the idea of that resonating sound. People call this like perceptual size because it sounds bigger or smaller. People call this vocal tract size because we're talking about the size of your vocal tract. People call this larynx height because the movement you do is moving your larynx height. All of these terms, I don't mind what term you use. What I want is for it to be the thing we're talking about. The sound of ah. Okay? So long as that's what we're talking about, I don't mind what term you use. I lean towards larynx height because it's like technically correct. But, you know. Cool. All right. Any other questions? I'm not seeing any other questions. Okie dokie. All right. We're going to pause real quick before moving on because I need to pop to the toilet real quick. So I'll be back in a minute or so. Fab. Hello, 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 hello. So, last little things I wanted to talk about with larynx height stuff. With everything we've covered so far, we'll do a little recap. So, we have our softies, okay? Those are our warm-ups. If you're brand new to voice work, start there, okay? It's going to build you some really good vocal habits, and it's going to build some really nice vocal health for you, okay? So start there. Start with those for like a week or two, okay? Before moving on. As you do move on, those are going to become the warm-ups. So every time, we're going to be spending like a good 5 minutes practicing. We do a quick minute or so warm-up first, all right? Once you've progressed past your week or two of softies, we move on to weight stuff, okay? Quotient stuff. Play around with that. Get really good at it before moving on, okay? One thing at a time. So just practice that, okay? Until you get good at it, all right? Once you are just on it with weight and you can, without even thinking about it, just switch between the two, then add on your larynx height stuff, okay? Once you get really, really good at larynx height and you've mastered that skill, okay, and you can just do it, no problem, then we move on to our next aspect, okay? So we're doing these things one at a time, all right? So fullness. Fullness is the idea that larynx height and quotient interact with one another, okay? So that size and that weight interact, okay? When we have a lighter sound paired, a lighter perceptual vocal weight paired with a smaller vocal tract size, the pairing of those two makes the sound full because they're in sync with one another. Vice versa, if we pair a larger vocal tract size with our larger vocal tract size with our heavier perceptual vocal weight, our closed quotient, the combination of those two will sound heavy because again, they're in sync, okay? But if we move things out of sync, if we go for like a lighter perceptual vocal weight with a larger vocal tract size, now things are going to start sounding a bit odd. They'll start sounding a bit cartoonish. To demonstrate this, I'll start now. So right now my voice sounds kind of full. It sounds kind of normal. Let's make it a bit more under full, okay? I'm going to drop out some of that. I'm going to drop my larynx height, okay? Increase the vocal tract size and without changing my perceptual vocal weight, my quotient, and you'll hear it sounding odd, okay? And now if I start talking like this is kind of like our yawn voice from earlier. It sounds a bit odd. So much like our yawn voice earlier that I can't not yawn after doing it. So this is going to start sounding a bit more cartoonish. You probably haven't heard anybody talk like this, okay? It's going to sound probably like some cartoon characters you've heard. If you've heard Yogi Bear before, I'm smarter than the average bear. That's that Yogi Bear voice, or it kind of sounds like Patrick, or if I add a little bit of breathiness and a bit of a good British accent, now it kind of sounds a little bit more like Pooh Bear. Oh, I do love honey. I'm not very good at a Pooh Bear impression, but that's the configuration, at least with regards to these things, okay? So that hollower voice comes from our weight and our weight or quotient and our vocal tract size, our larynx height, being out of proportion with one another. If we go the other way, okay, so I take the voice I have right now, and instead of changing my larynx height, I'm going to add a bunch of vocal weight, okay? And now if I kind of talk like this, now this no longer sounds particularly typical. You probably haven't heard many people talk like this in the past. This is going to sound more overfull, okay? To again, go for that cartoon analogy, it's going to sound a bit more cartoonish probably. We can think of like a cartoon gnome typically sounds a bit more like this. A cartoon nerd sometimes sounds more like this. I don't know why this is specifically the nerd voice, but it is. We can think of a variety of different things. Cartoon gnome, cartoon elf, nerd voice. These all kind of sound, they have that overfull aspect to them. Okay, those are all. So this is what fullness is. As we move away from the voice sounding full, it gets more cartoonish. All right. Now, I don't need your voice to be perfectly full, and you don't need your voice to be perfectly full. We just want it to be roughly within the same, the correct quadrant. Okay. So if we have a relatively bright voice from that raised larynx, and we have a relatively light voice from that open quotient, even if they're not perfectly in sync, so long as we have both of those aspects, we're going to be sounding femme, okay? And we're going to be sounding reasonably full. We might be moving further away from full, depending on our exact configuration. But so long as it's enough that we're still in that quadrant and we don't start sounding hollow, okay? Or we don't start sounding over full, so long as we're not having those things happening, we can move around a little bit within there. Some different speakers just prefer that. If you've heard like Celine De Silva from OVC or Vox Nova Studio, I think is what she calls it. She has a more hollow voice. Apparently she modified hers to be a bit more hollow because she wanted to sound more mature, because she thought it worked better for the lessons. Other things we could have, I know a lot of Hispanic countries, a lot of Hispanic speakers, they tend to lean a bit more over full. Again, that's not like an absolute, it just seems to be something that has developed culturally. So we can have a lot of variation. You don't need to be perfectly full. So long as we are roughly in that quadrant, you should be fine. If we're going perfectly full, that's going to be like the Cali girl voice is perfectly full. It's not the only thing in a Cali girl voice. Like mine is pretty close to perfectly full. I don't sound Cali girl, but there's an example of a voice that features that. Some British voices are a bit more closer to hollow. Mine actually might be a bit closer to hollow, but it's not particularly hollow. There's a lot of variation, is my point. You don't need to be absolute perfectly on that line. So long as you're reasonably close to it, then that's going to sound more full and not too cartoonish. Scousers, though, are pretty full. You know what? It's been so long since I've heard a Scouser. I feel like they're not over full. I think they are just full. They just do weird fucking things with their pitch. God, it's been ages since I've heard it. I went to Liverpool not long ago. I didn't hear any Scousers. I say a little bit ago, like, yeah, no, that would have been like March last year. Okay, I know, that was quite a while ago actually. But yeah. Yeah, so the point is just, as we start, and if you feel like your voice, this is the main point. If you feel like your voice sounds cartoonish, you probably have a fullness issue, and you need to either modify your vocal, your perceptual vocal weight, that quotient, or you need to move your larynx height to change that sound of like the brightness, okay, or darkness. And one of those needs tweaking to be more in line with the other. Does that make sense? It's a reasonably simple concept once you get like your head around it. Yeah, what do people think? Did that make sense? Yeah, perfect sense. Good, good. Glad to see some participation in the chats. That's what I want. Good shit. All right, then. If there are any questions, just like send a little message. All right, so last little section, your voice. So if you're at this stage in your vocal journey, you've done your 2 weeks of softies, okay? And you've been using them regularly whenever you're about to do some like a decent 5-minute long practice. If you're just doing like 30 seconds of like big dog, small dog, so long as you're always make sure that big dog, small dog is going into some talking. Make sure any exercise you're doing is going into some talking, because that's the result we're going for. And when I say talking, by the way, I don't mean reading lines. I don't mean doing something that's pre-rehearsed. I just mean talking, like off the top of your head. That's always the best form of practice, okay? But yes, once we've mastered the softies, or once we've done a couple of weeks of softies, once we've mastered our weight, once we've mastered our larynx height, okay? I'm continually bouncing between these terms so you can understand that these are all usable terms. It's whatever like makes most sense for you. So once we've mastered that vocal tract size stuff, okay? We've even mastered fullness. Everything is sounding exactly how I want it to, with regards to the gendering. You did it. You're femme voiced, you're android voiced, you're masc voiced, whatever it is. Last thing that you might need to do, not everybody needs to do this, but some people might consider it, is any customization stuff you want to do. Because not every femme voice you've heard sounds identical. You can distinguish your mum's voice from your sister's voice, from your aunt's voice, from your friend's voice. Okay? Even though they're all femme speakers. Same goes for all the masc speakers. They all vary between each other. Because there's lots of other things that go into your voice that aren't just gendered stuff. Right? And these are all things that if you want to, you know, play around with and change if you want to. So here's a little list of some of the popular things. And these can also come up as like conflations where they've popped up and you didn't want them to. So these are all things to have a think about as you get good with your voice. In terms of just optional things you might want to add or not want to add. And it's up to you. Again, this isn't an exhaustive list. This is just the popular ones. There's an infinite list of different things you can do with your voice. But these are some popular ones. So vocal fry, specifically when I'm talking about fry, I'm talking about fry creak. Okay, fry creak is that crackly sound that's in your voice. You'll have heard me use it several times. I often use a lot of creak, especially as we get towards the evenings. As I get more tired, I tend to use even more creak. Okay, you'll very often hear it at the end of my sentences, or I'll use a bunch of creak. Not always, but sometimes. But yeah, vocal fry creak sounds like this, okay? If we imagine like, what's she called? Raven. Raven from Teen Titan. She has a lot of this vocal fry going on, this fry creak. She's constantly talking like this. She's always in fry creak, okay? 100% of the time. So that crackliness, that like poppingness, that's fry creak, okay? You can have a play with it. If you like it, keep it. Cool. Excuse me. Sorry, I have these random hiccup things that happen where it's like a single hiccup and it will just like, this is weird. You think you had enough now? No worries. We'll have some good practicing, Made a Goof. You got this. Yeah, so vocal fry is something you can play with. If you like it, keep it. Good shit. Typically, it's something that you're not going to use like all the time. It's something that you'll use like to accent certain words, and it will just come in sometimes. If you hear my voice, I'm not doing it right now. It's not like happening naturally. But usually it'll be like at the end of a sentence or something. I'll just like flicker down into some vocal fry. You'll have heard, if you re-listen to some of this workshop, you'll absolutely listen to my voice as we continue this workshop. Look for those fry creak moments. You will hear them. Okay, I just did it there. And there. I'm ending all it. You get the idea. It's something I use quite often. It's just now that I started thinking about it, I stopped unconsciously doing it, and I wanted to show you me just doing it without thinking about it. Yeah, you'll hear me doing it often. It's a really common thing that I do. Usually towards the end of a sentence, but sometimes in the middle as well. Yeah, fry is something you can have if you want to. Something for the feminizers specifically is because a lot of people confuse fry with quotient. My guess is because it has that grave extension has both of them. Okay, they think of when you go low, we get a bunch of fry, not realizing that the fry is not the important bit there. It's the quotient. So a lot of people have that association between fry and lower pitches. So what you can do with, as if you're a feminizer, is, and not everybody does this, I don't do this, but some people do this. You can imagine, all right, let's say here is your pitch floor. This is the lowest you can go. And let's say fry, you do over here, okay? whenever you're just above your pitch floor, it will sound to everybody else like this is your pitch floor. Okay? Now, because a lot of people think that pitch is heavily gendered, it makes them think that this is just your like default state where like because you're AFAB, you can't go lower, even though you're AMAB. A little hack you can use. It's definitely not necessary. I really want to like massively highlight the point that this is just like a cool little gimmick you can do. You do not need this, but it's kind of fun and you can play around with it if you want to. All of these things, treat them as fun things you can do, and if you want them, you can incorporate them into your voice full time. Generally though, fry, just a cool little thing you can do if you'd like it. Yeah. Again, I lean towards it more when I'm tired. It's just like a habit that I have. So, yeah. Pitch, we talked about it earlier. I put it in the customization section because in my opinion, pitch is like barely gendered. In fact, that's not my opinion. It is just barely gendered. And in my opinion, it is both best categorized in a customization section rather than in a voice modification section. Because ultimately, with it being so, like, I'm not going to say that it's 100% genderless, but like maybe 99%, you know, like it's really such a small thing. On average, masculine speakers have a lower pitch, and on average, feminine speakers have a higher pitch. But if you break that norm, if you have a lower pitched feminine voice, you just sound like you have a lower pitched feminine voice. I have a lower pitched feminine voice. My voice has barely changed. Sorry, my pitch has barely changed between now and my mask voice. Like, there's barely any change at all. There might be like half a note in terms of like the average. So like, you really don't need to worry too much about the pitch. But if you want to change your pitch just because you like the sound, by all means change your pitch. Do whatever average pitch you want. I will say, avoid using pitch trackers and stuff. Focus on just what you think sounds best. Because ultimately, all of this customization stuff is just about what you think sounds best. So just go with whatever you think sounds best. To some degree, this will be chosen for you by your perceptual vocal weight. If you have a light perceptual vocal weight and open quotient, you won't be able to reach the same pitch floor that you could before. So example, I'll demonstrate that for you right now. I'm at my normal pitch right now, and I'm just going to go down, okay? Listen to what happens in my voice. Did you hear that the sound just cut off? Because as I started getting much lower, right now I'm pretty close to as low as I can go. If I go much lower, the voice just cuts out unless I add a more closed quotient. Because remember, you need a more closed quotient to access the lowest pitches. All right? The bottom of your pitch range requires that closed quotient. That's why we have that pitch going down and then coming up, because we're going down to get that quotient. Okay? But we can't go that low unless we have a more closed quotient. It forces that more closed quotient. Okay? So so your pitch to some extent will be limited by your quotient, but you still have a huge range within that, like there to like all of that, all of this is like the pitch range I have access to, you know. So all of these things we can play around with pitch wherever you want it to be. It's just whatever you prefer. Cool. Breathiness. I mentioned it earlier. I said that I want you to avoid it when you're doing your quotient drills. This does not mean that breathiness is a bad thing. It just means that it's easy to muddle it up with quotient, okay? Once you've got your quotient down, you can start playing with breathiness if you want to, okay? Breathiness is literally, if I start adding more breath into my voice, I'm literally just breathing out as I talk. Obviously, if this is a heavily dramatized version, you could just have a little bit of breathiness into your voice, and this is what that's going to sound like. Yeah, it's literally just more air output as you're talking. That's all breathiness is. So if you want it, add a bit of breathiness. Entirely optional. Twang, not to be confused with southern twang, okay? Twang is when your voice sounds like this. This is twang. If you're new to this, you might confuse this with an overfull voice, but this is a different thing, okay? I still have a light perceptual vocal weight, but this is twang, okay? It's created by a different part of your vocal tract. The jury's still out on exactly what it is, but we're pretty sure that it's your arioglottic folds. You don't need to worry about what those are. If you want to try this, imagine you're a baby doing like a cartoon whale, okay? Wee, wee, and then carry that into your talking. That squeakiness, that that is your twanginess, okay? That's twang. We could also think of like a witch cackle, like this is twanginess, okay? Twang is usually going to be quite loud because of the way it squeezes the air, it squeezes the sound to like project it out. So twang is usually going to sound louder. It technically sounds a bit brighter. However, while it does make things brighter, it also changes the tone significantly. So I only want you adding this if you specifically, if you specifically like that tone that it's adding. You don't need that level, like, twang. Yeah, this is me using like a ton of twang. If I like remove it a little bit, now I just kind of sound a little bit twangy. It's not something that I use at all, so I'm not amazing at it because I don't practice it very often. But there are different voices that do have some twang. I cannot remember her name for the life of me, but the person that voices Mabel in Gravity Falls, she has some twang, if I remember rightly. It's been ages since I looked. I'm pretty sure she was an example of someone with twang. I'd have to double check that, but I'm pretty sure I'm right there. Yeah, so have a think about twang, if you like twang. And when I say her voice, I don't mean Mabel voice, I mean her actual voice. If you ever look that up on YouTube. So yeah, twang is something you can play around with if you want to. Which person? The person that voices Mabel in Gravity Falls. I don't remember her name, but that person. Her like actual talking voice. There's also a British comedian, and I want to say her name is Kirsten Stewart, but that might be an actress I'm thinking of, and I might be muddling people up. I think if you Google Kirsten Stewart and that brings up a comedian, I'm talking about the right person. So she is a consideration as well. Oh, Darcy in Avengers, freaking Jane Austen's friend from 4, from 4, 1 and 2. Darcy. She has twang. There you go. Again, whatever her actress is called. Or is she Kirsten Stewart? I'm not very good with celebrity names. But those are the characters that they play. So you can look them up. Okay, yeah, that's twang. Accent. You all know what accents are. Accent is also something that is not gendered. There is a slight, like, accents kind of have like a more feminine version of them and a more masculine version of them, but they are very subtle in some cases. In some, you will just not be able to notice the difference unless you're like really trained to do so. There are some with a more significant difference. So like in Japan, your feminine speakers and your masculine speakers are going to have a lot more differences between them in terms of just like speech patterns and stuff. But that's the most extreme case I can think of. Most, there's going to be you're barely going to notice the difference. So really with accent stuff and like speech patterns and inflection and all of those sorts of things, you will hear some teachers saying that you should change inflection for feminizing and vice versa for masculizing. They are like technically correct, but the prescriptions they're going to give you are specific to an accent. Like these things are going to vary depending on which accent you go for. The ways inflections is going to vary. Like every aspect, because it's just a cultural thing. It's just accents. So like the differences between them are going to be unique to that accent. They're not even going to all change in the same ways. So I can't know if this is something you decide to work on. And I would say for almost everybody, it's not going to be needed. But if it is something that you find yourself wanting to work on, generally what I say is listen to the feminine speakers around you, listen to the masculine speakers around you, and see if you can identify some of the difference in their prosody. Like their speech patterns, their inflection patterns, all of those sorts of things, pitch patterns. Just listen, see what's up. This isn't something that you're going to be doing until you're right at the end of your vocal journey anyway. So you're going to be pretty good at analysing people's voices by then. Listen to it and then try to emulate the changes that you hear. Or take them to your teacher if you have a teacher and they'll help you to do that. Again though, most of my students don't find themselves needing to change this. That like gendering aspect of an accent. They might decide to change your accent itself if they want to, if they don't like their accent. But yeah, you might also find with my teachings, you shouldn't end up with your accent being warped because of the exercises. However, there are some exercises that people use that I do find people find themselves warping their accent. The one I most typically hear is from feminizers, where they say they're starting to sound like a Cali girl. Okay, that's that West Coast American accent. Very common thing for some different pedagogies. Shouldn't it happen with any of the stuff that we go over, but I have heard a lot of feminizers complain about that issue, so I try to bring it up so you can be aware of it. If that does happen, it's fixable. You just need to learn to change your accent elements. And to some degree, you need to be aware that like, if you're being taught things that are specific to that accent, they might not be relevant to you if you don't live in West Coast America. So like as a British speaker, almost none of that stuff is relevant to me. So just keep all of that in mind. I have a very different inflection pattern to someone who was born in Seattle, you know, because I'm British. So yeah. Yeah, no Cali Girl Zaras. I had like a phase of 2 weeks where I went like Cali Girl right when I was early learning and I was getting all sorts of random sources of information. But yeah. Any questions about any of that customization stuff from anybody? We've obviously talked about a few different things there, so... you often say you can make old man voices better than just more age-appropriate mask voice, lol. You're guessing it mostly has to do with how breathy and fried old people voices usually sound, which is fun to imitate. So something that happens in as you age is you start to engage your false vocal folds more. So what you might be experiencing is instead of fry creak, fry rasp, okay? Specifically, I'm talking false vocal fold, rasp, all right? It kind of sounds like this. Get off my lawn, kids! If you start sounding kind of like this is me using a ton of fry rasp. I'm doing it like to a huge degree there, just so that it comes through nicely on the mic and so that you guys know what I'm talking about. But yeah, that kind of aspirate kind of a sound, that is that fry rasp. It's got that strained kind of sound to it. If you're not good at it, it can be a little bit uncomfortable and sometimes painful to do, and it can tire you out quite quickly. So I don't recommend you practicing that unless you're with a teacher that can teach you to do it right. Usually that's going to be for like voice actors, or maybe it'll come up in some singing things. I know there is some Scream that uses it. I don't know anything about Screamo, but I've heard that some people use fry rasp for it. That false vocal fold rasp. But yeah, so that's what that is. So I would guess, I would guess you're talking about using some of that. That's going to make you get like old people voice. I would guess. It could be other aspects as well though. But where you're saying like breathiness and fryiness, that aspirate sound in false vocal fold constriction might be what we're talking about. Just a guess, though. Just a guess. It just sounds like that's what you're describing. Yes, exactly. Okay, yeah. So that's that false vocal fold engagement. Be careful with that. If you're doing it intentionally, I don't mind it. But if you're accidentally doing it, not a good thing. You're probably not doing it in a very safe manner if you're accidentally doing it. So just try not to be doing that, essentially. It's probably not the sound that you're going for. You're probably going for something that sounds more like you. Usually this is a sign that you've conflated something. I would guess for this specifically as a masculizer, you probably conflated it with quotient somewhere. That's just a guess though. It could be laryngoside. It totally could be. If you're getting it after big dog, little dog, you're panting too hard and you need to reduce those, like the intensity of those pants. Like instead of going like, I just want, okay, I don't want a super loud, super intense pant, because that's going to be that false vocal fold engagement. Any other questions? I'm seeing some typing, which is why I'm waiting. We'll take this opportunity to plug things. I haven't done like a full plug yet. So if you are enjoying what you're hearing and like you're learning good stuff right now, I do these every single week in the Discord that you are in. The best place to reach me though is my Discord, Trans Network. So head over there. That's the absolute best place to reach me. I am always helping people in various chats there. We also just have a really nice, we also have a really nice supportive community over there. So I super highly recommend joining my Discord. It's also where I host my lessons. So if you're wanting to get lessons with me, I do lessons. I do private lessons, which are £20 for a 55-minute lesson. Or I do public lessons, which are potentially live streamed, usually live streamed, as well as other people being able to sit in on the lesson and like just listen in. They don't get to like say anything, they just get to listen in. And if it's a good lesson that I think other people can gain a lot from, then it can become a YouTube video as well. For those lessons, you can have them for free, because I get to use it for like advertising purposes and promoting the service that we're providing. So yeah, head over to the Discord, all sorts of really useful things there. We also have a monthly makeup workshop, so definitely head over there to get in on that. YouTube, we also have we have our competition right now, so definitely head over to YouTube. I'm really trying to promote the YouTube right now, because there's a lot of projects I want to do that I cannot do unless the YouTube gets a bit bigger. I want to do some stuff that would involve like some other creators, but realistically I need to be a bit more clouded up to be able to do that, as you can imagine. So we're trying to build up some of those numbers. We're trying to help things get going algorithmically speaking, so that other people can be aware that this is a thing that they can have for free with these workshops, and be aware of Trans Network existing. That is why we're doing the giveaway, okay? So the giveaway is if you're in YouTube chat and you're talking in YouTube chat, just being in YouTube chat will have you gaining some points. Participating in YouTube chat and actively chatting is also going to have you like getting more. And then as soon as I fix it, I will also be doing random like opportunities to gain even more points in like bulk. Generally, the way I've got it set up is if you are actively participating in chat, every hour you'll get just over the amount of points for one entry. Basically, you're building up all these points, and then on the 28th of May, Wednesday 28th of May, we'll be doing a stream where you'll be able to redeem all of those points into entries, okay? Every 100 points equals 1 entry. And we'll do a raffle. Whoever, so more entries means you've got a higher chance of winning, and you can win those lessons. If you'd like to know where your points are at right now, just type in !points in the chat, and hopefully our bot will tell you how many points you've got. If it doesn't work, then okay, it doesn't work right now because it's a little bit scuffed right now. I know what's wrong. It worked. Oh, it worked. Ignore the Streamlabs one. TN chatbot is who you should be listening to. Also ignore the ranked bit. I'm working on that. TN chatbot is who you should listen to though. Ignore Streamlabs. I just removed Streamlabs. I don't know why that is even able to do that. Yeah, ignore Streamlabs. Focus on TN chat. Yeah, there you go. And you can see your points. Cool. I'm very glad that that's working for people. I don't know why my command earlier didn't work then, but whatever. Okay, so yeah. By participating in chat, you gain more opportunity to gain those free lessons. Specifically, it is a package of 6 lessons worth £120 total, because I charge £20 a lesson for private lessons. And yeah, really good opportunity to get yourself going. Cool. So yeah, we're trying to get that YouTube popping. If you just want to help, like the videos, like the live streams, share them, make comments on them. If you make those like silly, like almost sounds like a chatbot comments where you're talking about things that are viral at the moment, talk about Mr. Beast, talk about AI, talk about, just make some like weird comment where you're like, oh, I'm so like, I'm so happy to have learned these things about trans voice so that one day I can be just like my favorite creator, Mr. Beast. I've been so entertained by all the skibbity rizzler stuff he's been doing and all the crazy stuff that AI has been allowing YouTube to be able to do. So I'm so glad for these trans voice, like some silly thing like that. You get the idea. Where we're mentioning all of those hot button words. Because apparently that helps to promote things in the algorithm, because that's how their algorithm works. But yeah, so if you want to just help, that will really help. Other than that, it's just likes, shares, all of those sorts of things. And another thing that would really help is if you feel down to do it, is when you go to bed, just like mute your phone and have one of the live streams playing. If you set it to autoplay, hopefully it'll go on to the next one. Go onto the playlist and just get that going. That really helps. Like, you have no idea how much that helps. That's like the best thing you could do, and you can do it while you're asleep. So genuinely, that would help me so much. So if you want to just contribute to this, then that will really help. Kaliosma. True. Also, if this workshop itself has been beneficial to you, these workshops are fully funded by the people that have supported us over at Ko-fi. There's a link just down below me. I believe we now have TTS enabled, so you can do TTS things if you want to. But yeah, there are people that support on the Ko-fi. We'll be doing thank yous in just a moment. In fact, wait, we're about to move on from the customization point. The next bit is the Ko-fi bit. We'll pause for plugs. I'll check for any questions, and we'll just do the freaking Ko-fi bit because there's a slide meant for it. Cus, you were saying about your Fry Rasp stuff, your vocal fold Rasp stuff. You mostly do it to get a laugh from friends, but you should definitely do less of it if you want to focus on results you actually want. Thank you again. Yeah, no problem. Yeah, exactly. If you're doing it as something that you're intentionally doing it with control, that's totally fine. As long as it's not hurting you, it's totally fine. But as your stable voice, it's probably not what you're looking for. So just keep that in mind. Not able to chat as much, but you're listening while driving around in an Amazon delivery van. Wow, that's crazy. Well, I hope you're learning lots as you're driving. Do not type while you're driving, though. That's freaking dangerous as fuck. So do please be careful. Okay, yeah, so let's talk about the Ko-fi. So the Ko-fi supporters are what fund all of this. If you are currently in Rainbow Library, or if you came from Rainbow Library, and if you came from Diamond's Trans server, you would not be here if it wasn't for the Ko-fi people. I was able to upgrade my setup because people donated it for Ko-fi. So like that's what's up. Also, can we just take a moment to notice that Graved Rob Maria's is in a different colour, and I've had to fix that 3 streams in a row. I don't know why it keeps undoing itself. Graved Rob Maria is just like highlighting themselves somehow. But yeah, huge thank you to our tiered supporters, our monthly supporters. We have at tier 1, Misty, Mihuggy, Himori, and Grave Robbed Maria. Huge thank you to those people. They are funding what, like, you get this right now because of those people. So huge thank you to them. A massive thank you to our tier 2 supporter, Lanmisa. Again, huge thank you to Lanmisa. And then our God tier 3 supporter, Beth. Holy shit, Beth, that's such a huge amount of money. Thank you so much. Like, if you see Beth somewhere, you should be thanking her because she's like half of our funding. So yeah, if you want to support and you want your name to be on this list of supporters, then head over to the Ko-fi, ko-fi.com/transnetwork. You can support at any of the tiers, and we do little shout outs and stuff. We're also, a little event that's coming up is I'm going to be doing our makeup workshop this month had to be cancelled. So instead, I'm doing a little D&D with everybody. It's going to be my first time hosting a D&D session. It's going to be a bit shit because it's my first time hosting a D&D session and DMing. But hopefully it'll be a good bit of fun. The idea behind it is basically use your target voice and what you've learned as we all play D&D together. We'll be hosting that over on my server. I'm still deciding whether to stream it or not. I'm leaning towards no, so that people can feel more comfortable talking. But we'll see. I'll decide closer to the time. But yeah, D&D. Freaking come play D&D with us. And after having done that as my little test run, we're going to have a monthly D&D session over at the Ko-fi. So if you're supporting at any tier of a Ko-fi, you will have access to those D&D sessions. The idea being that they're for practice. So you use your target voice and you play D&D, and it's a good way to train. It's a really good way to train. As I get more comfortable being a DM as well, I'll start being able to give people better and better feedback. Expect my feedback to be a bit lackluster as I just get into DMing, because that's new for me. But I will be doing my best to give you as much feedback as I can. The idea is practice. It's a really good way to practice. So yeah, that's for Ko-fi stuff. We'd also have like alerts and TTS and stuff like that. So like, if you want a little message played on stream, you head over to Ko-fi. Everybody gets to know that you are the magical person that supports what we do. Anything else I'm supposed to plug? Did I miss anything? I think I got it all. Is there anything on my screen that I've missed? I think I got it all. I think we did all the things. We did all the plugging. Look at me. Doing the whole business shit. Fab. Okay. Huge thank you to the Ko-fi supporters. Last little special thank you. I was trained for free by Charles at Singuistics, okay? Crammed Voice Lessons is like the username. He trained me 100% for free. In exchange for me just like helping out around the server a little bit. It's like the quality that you're being provided now and the opportunities to get lessons with me is because Charles was willing to train me for free. So huge thank you to him. He also gives very good lessons and they have their own events that go on. There is an event coming up. Let me just double check when it is. Where is that event? Events. There's an event coming up where Charles, and I assume he's going to have one of his musculizers with him, showing how low, in terms of pitch, how low someone can go without ever being exposed to testosterone. Okay, so AFAB speakers, how low they can go through training. All right, without any strain, without any problems, the maximal that they can do. I highly recommend, especially for the masculizers, but even for the feminizers, I super recommend going because it really demonstrates. Oh, AFAB, assigned female at birth. Yeah, I super recommend going, whether you are AFAB, AMAB, or what intersex, whatever situation you've got going on, and whatever hormone stage you're at. I super recommend going to it because you're going to really get to understand the possibilities available to you. Like if you're wanting to go really far with this, how far you can go with hormones being completely irrelevant and anatomy being completely irrelevant. Okay, it will really show you that there is so much your voice can do. So I super recommend that event. I didn't tell you when it was on. I just told you what it was. I just had it on my screen. Let me just grab that again real quick. Yeah, the event is on. Where is it? Low notes without testosterone. April the 24th. I said that in a weird way. Thursday, April 24th, 6:45 BST. Adjust that to your time zone. If you were to join the Synguistic server, that's the Discord link I have over there somewhere. It will just display it in your time. Just head to the events section. So yeah, super recommend that event in particular. I really hope it's going to help you to understand how much you can do, and hopefully be like somewhat inspirational. Cool. Okie dokie. Let's move on to the bit you've all been waiting for. One-on-one section. If anybody would like help with their voice one-on-one, now is the time.
I would like to see you.
1 second. Oh, that's the wrong thing. The way we do this is speak next to go next. So from this point, whoever speak next gets to go next for some feedback. Who was that wanting some feedback just now? I know there was someone just now. Would you like some feedback? Would you like some help? Hello. Okay, whoever else then, speak next to go next. Nobody. There's no way. None of you want some help with your voice right now? If you're in the YouTube chat, make sure you're also in one of the Discords and you can have some help with your voice right now. This is like free lesson you're missing out on. Well, we don't have to do any feedbacks. If just nobody's after feedback, that's completely fine. I'll give a little bit because I see people typing. Oh, hello.
I'll just say for a long week of fabulous help to this community.
Oh, you're so welcome. You're so welcome. Beth, your mic is totally fucked, by the way. But you're so welcome. I'm happy to help the community. And also, everybody, now that Beth's here, can we say a huge thank you to Beth as one of our top supporters of the channel? Okay, Beth is like a huge part. Like, the funding that goes into this, Beth's such a huge part of that. There's a reason why she has her special role. So, like, huge thank yous to Beth. Fill that chat with thank yous to Beth. Because she's a huge part of how this is able to happen. Live stream just scary for lesson? Yeah, that's super valid. I do not, that's completely fine. I don't want to, make you feel like you have to be doing it right now. If you are wanting private lessons, head to the Discord. As I've said, £20 for a 55-minute lesson. And there's also the giveaway happening right now. That's what I like to see. We thanked Beth so much that we scared her away. That's the right amount of thanking. Yeah, huge thank you to Beth. Oh, English isn't your first language, so you're a little embarrassed. It doesn't matter. I mean, if you feel like you can, then like, I don't mind if like your English sounds a bit off. I don't care about that at all. Heck, I don't have a second language, so you're doing better than I am. First languages are Daja. Languages. Multiple languages. That's insane. First languages are Daja. I don't think I know what that is, I'm afraid. And French, since you're Algerian. Cool. That's crazy, though. You have multiple languages. It's wild. Like a multilinguist. Well, listen, Kuss, if you feel like getting some feedback, like nobody's going to judge you on your third language being not quite as good as like my first language. Like, that's wild. But again, no pressure if it is too much while we're live. Fully understand. If you are wanting feedback right now, but you just don't feel like, doing it out loud in front of everybody, there is the clip feedback channel in my Discord. By all means, just head yourself over there, drop a little clip down, and I will review it as soon as I have the opportunity to do so. Usually, in terms of my scheduling for the week, Thursdays and Fridays are pretty busy for me usually. And sometimes Saturdays, my weekends vary massively. Beginning of a week though is usually when I get to them. So if I take a day or two, like it's just my busy period of a week, I will get to your clip always. Okie dokie then. Well, if nobody's needing feedback right now, that's completely fine. We'll finish up here then. If you have any last questions about anything we've covered at all, anything to do with voice whatsoever, take the opportunity now to ask it. And if not, then that looks like we're coming to an end. No, you just joined. Oh my gosh, no, I'm so sorry. Okay, well, if you've just joined us, I'm so sorry. You just missed out on... Geez, we got started properly at like 7:20. You just missed out on a 3-hour workshop. I'm so sorry. If you head to the YouTube, youtube.com/trans_network, you will be able to watch this VOD. It stays live, so you can use it whenever you need to. You'll hear a bit of beginning. Okay, good. What about cold water? You've heard of it, that can tighten the muscles and make it harder for certain voices. Yeah, so, okay, were you there for the bit where I talked about warm-ups? And just like the idea that warm-ups are good for you. You don't need to understand in depth, but just the idea, yeah, you were there. Okay, so if we think about this like in a super simple manner, warming up literally is happening. Like you're literally warming the muscles up, they're getting warmer, and that's good, okay? Now imagine we drink something really cold, like ice cold water. We ain't warmed up anymore. We just cooled down, okay? So it's not that the cold is bad for you. It's that you've just done the opposite of a warm up. So you're not getting any of that benefit. You're getting like minus benefit because now you're cold. You've cooled down. That's what's up, essentially. You just like negated all the warm ups. Thank goodness you've been doing the right thing then. Good. Now what can you do if you already have a wide voice range but can't get yourself to sound feminine enough, if that makes sense? Yeah, it depends on what's specifically wrong. You should rewatch the VOD. So specifically, if this is something you've already been practicing a little bit, then you can probably skip ahead to the perceptual vocal weight / glottal quotient section. I'd recommend, if you're at the stage I'm guessing you're at, go to the how do voice section where I just explain how the voice functions, and then you can skip ahead to you maybe watch the testosterone bit if you want, and then skip ahead to the glottal quotient bit, watch that, and then watch the larynx height stuff. That'll give you the two core factors, the two main things that are going to be having those big effects of the gendering of your voice. Have a go with that stuff, see where that takes you, come back to me, and let me know how you do. Yeah, that's my best advice. Yeah, no worries. As I said, the VOD will stay live, like forever, I guess. And all the past workshops are there. I have them organised in a neat and orderly playlist for you. So all of that is available for you if you need it. You've been finding different music artists that use various techniques when singing. What are your thoughts on using music for training / exercises through mimicry? Artists like Melanie Martinez, specifically Alphabet Boy, has been useful for you. I don't know that song or that artist, I'm so sorry. Although I have probably heard it before on the radio. I just do not know pop music at all. I literally, there are so many artists that people are like, everybody knows this artist. I'm like, I've never heard of that artist. But then you play the song, like, oh, it's that song that plays on the radio sometimes. Yeah, so in terms of music for training, kind of it depends. The issue with using music for mimicry stuff is there's probably a lot of stuff they're doing in their singing. I would be highly surprised if, well, one, I'd be surprised if they do like a larynx movement that was to the extent that it's going to change the gendering of their voice. Most people don't change the gendering of their voice mid-song. But also, like, a lot of the things that they're going to be doing, they're going to be doing a bunch of tone mods at the same time. It will be like some larynx height stuff, maybe some like pharynx changes. They could be doing some stuff with knodal. They could be doing some stuff with fry. They could be doing some stuff with breathiness. There's so many things that could be coming into it. If you're like really clued the fuck up, then you could use it because you'd be able to pick all those things together. But I'd be guessing if you were at that level, you wouldn't need to be using the mimicry in the first place because you'd already know what to do. I think for softies, following along to a song can be a fun way because all we're trying to do is move around and pitch. I don't really care what happens, so long as we move around and pitch and so long as we spend some time in the most extreme ends. So follow along with a song by all means for your softies, like because that's the best song, okay? Mario music. But yeah, by all means for softies, like I just want you moving around and pitch. I don't care what actually happens. So definitely use that. Yeah, I think people can do stuff with music. Like you could do a modified version of the panting that we did earlier, Big Dog, Small Dog. We could like sing along to a song and listen for that changing of that larynx height, because when we're whispering, we're always moving larynx height. Yeah, listen to those changes and you might be able to get something from there. It's going to be dependent on what you're trying to do to a large extent and the way you're doing it. Direct mimicry you might just struggle with because there's a lot going on in an individual voice, especially when singing. It's just not a very isolated way to do it. That said, to give a more stepping back from the exact question and to highlight something that... am I saying this right? Darshan. That's how I read it, but that might not be how you're supposed to say it. Sorry if I'm butchering your name. If you just are a singer and you have experience singing, you're going to have experience doing stuff with your voice. You've probably modified larynx height to a small degree. You might even have modified glottal quotient to a small degree. So just as you build that, you'll already have the groundwork laid. Usually singers make progress fast. But like if you're not a singer, that doesn't mean you should go learn to sing. Like just you've got a methodology, stick with that methodology, because it'll be a quicker way to do it. But think of it as like singers have already had a head start. And so when they go through that same methodology, they'll probably pick it up quicker because they're more used to changing tone mods. Yeah. Boo, 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 boo. On YouTube, right? Yeah, the VODs are all over YouTube. youtube.com/@trans_network. I'm pretty sure we're big enough now that you can just type in trans network and it'll pop up. If it has the icon that is on, I assume it's on my screen somewhere. Oh, I don't have my logo on screen anywhere. Okay, well, the logo from my server, the little, the microphone on top of the trans flag in like a circle thing with trans network on the bottom. If it has that as the, like, YouTube thing, then it'll be right YouTube. And, like, you'll see the VODs are the right thing. Cool. You got a question. How do you know if a voice is comfortable, as you stated before, where you can be relaxed with it? You're a bit confused there. Does it feel as easy to do, physically speaking, as your mask voice? Okay? As your unmodified voice, I should say. So me talking right now and me talking right now are the exact same amounts of effort. None of this is more or changing the effort in any way whatsoever. Okay? So if it's physically the same amount of effort and physical difficulty, like, I understand that it's obviously going to be like difficult to figure out how to do it, and that all like skill-based level, like, absolutely, and that precision and that dexterity is all stuff you'll need to build, that muscle memory. But in terms of like physical difficulty and physical effort, that should be about the same. Comfortable as in, like, doesn't feel pain, doesn't feel strain, doesn't feel random muscles clenching up. Like, comfortable. You can move around with your voice, using like pitch or whatever overtone mods without it being difficult. You don't feel a bunch of tightness. All of those sorts of things are what I'm talking about with like things feeling relaxed and comfortable. That does make more sense? Good. Yeah, pretty much Dajin/Jin. Oh! Okay, is it like Jin as in like for silent D? As in like, I think in Japanese they do that? And probably in other languages as well. I've definitely seen that before. So it's more likely just it gets you actually practicing/mimicking, but not necessarily better than. In terms of just like singing in general, you're going to be better at changing your voice just as a thing on its own. You'll be more used to doing things with your voice, and so you'll be in a more comfortable territory when we start doing things with our voice, and it will just be specific things, and you might have a little bit of experience with those specific things already. It's quite typical for people to raise their larynx a little bit when singing. In fact, it's quite common for people just to a small degree feminize their voice ever so slightly when singing. Both masked singers and femme singers both just feminize a little bit. It's just like something that is built as a cultural thing. As our like music has globalized more, we've diverged into or converged into this thing where everybody, at least at the moment, feminizes a little bit as they sing. Again, just a small amount. Probably helps that you're used to voice act. Yeah, I would imagine it definitely does. You're really going to be used to a lot of tone mods, and you're going to be used to adding those tone mods into your speaking voice. So yes, voice acting experience is definitely going to help you. Speaking of which, would training it would training it the same way you would character's voice be reasonable? It depends on specifically how you do that. Typically with voice acting, in my experience, is voices tend to be a little bit like larger than life. They're not just ordinary talking, to make it a bit more interesting to the listener. Obviously, that's not what you're going for. You're going for just ordinary, boring talking. So yeah, kind of depends on your methodology. Also, you don't necessarily need to be like practicing your different emotions and stuff. You're learning to change your larynx. You're learning to change your glottal quotient. Those being the main two things. And you're learning to keep that consistent throughout everything. Yeah? In time, as you get really good at it, even like automatic stuff like sneezes and coughs you'll build like an amount of larynx will just stay up there. Laughs, all of that sort of stuff. That just comes with practice and habituation. I find that the habituation stage is quite important for those bits. So like actually switching to that being your full-time voice, that's when the laughs start like just fixing themselves. I'll talk about that for a little bit as well, being as we're just talking about running things. Habituation is obviously the last step. Once you've got the voice that you want to have, like that you want to use as your new voice, you got to just start using it. You'll find when you start using it that that's a whole different ballpark, and your consistency will drop. And you just have to power through that, and in time that consistency will come back. It's just because you're not used to using it all the time. You're not used to using it in the context of talking to everybody. And so just that shift in social dynamic, that shift in context can throw you off a little bit. It's a psychological thing. It's not like a physical thing. You're just not used to your change in environment as you're now using your voice in like a totally different setting. You do get over that. I found that if I just powered through, within about a couple of months, that's how long it took for my voice to habituate. You might vary a little bit on that, but generally within like 1 to 3 months, it'll fully habituate. And once it's fully habituated, it'll be at least just as easy as your unmodified voice. Also, when it comes to habituation, if you do just only 100% of the time use your new modified voice, and you never ever go back to your unmodified voice, eventually, something like 6 months to a year, you'll lose the original voice. So if that is something that you're wanting to keep, make sure you just practice it every so often. Or if it's something you're specifically wanting to lose, then just stop using it and you'll forget how to do it. It's not that you've like lost the ability, it's that you've lost the muscle memory. You've forgotten how to do it. And you need to retrain to go back again. So if that's a thing, then that's a thing. So reassuring to know. Good. I don't know which way is reassuring to know that, but good. This is why if you listen to like Ziana from Trans Voice Lessons, because for her mask voice is very dysphoric and very dysphoria-inducing, she just stopped using it. And now, when she tries to demonstrate mask things, it doesn't sound very mask. It just sounds like a chick trying to do something masculine. That's because she lost her mask voice and she never bothered to relearn it because she doesn't like it. For me, I find it's most useful for students if I can produce both ends. So I decided to keep mine and I like just practice it every so often. I use, generally these workshops are my practice for my unmodified voice. But yeah, so just keep that in mind. What is that? Oh, it's for boiler. So rather than trying to train your back how to flap imaginary wings, kind of like making a new voice, you're just training your legs that already exist. Is that a good analogy? I did not understand the analogy at all, but maybe. Rather than trying to train your back how to flap imaginary wings, you're just... I don't understand. I'm sorry. I don't understand the analogy. Zoe. Kind of like learning to ride a bike. But you will... It's like learning to ride a bike, but if you could forget that. Oh, you can do it from the get-go. You just need to learn how. Yeah, I would say it's like learning an instrument. Like when you're learning guitar, you're not building finger muscle, or you're not building any muscle. You're not changing anything anatomically. You're just learning how to use those muscles in this much more dexterous way. That's what we're doing with voice. We're learning to use it in this much more dexterous way. Also, just to throw us back to something from earlier, you can now hear, now that I'm thinking about it, I've turned it off, but in those last sentences, you could hear tons of vocal fry because I'm getting more tired. And as I now forget about the fact that I'm highlighting this for you, you'll hear tons of vocal fry. You'll hear like whole sentences in fry because I'm getting a bit more tired. So just to bring us back to like fry and some of the things, some ways it can interact with your voice. Calluses, well, I suppose calluses do help with guitar, sure. But you get the idea. We're not trying to build muscle, we're trying to develop dexterity. And to be fair, the calluses aren't the ability to play the guitar. They're just like a helpful side effect. Like theoretically, I could build calluses on my finger just with like something abrasive, and it would not make me any better at guitar. Fab, any more questions? You've always thought it was a matter of years to achieve the desired voice without HRT. This varies. It massively, massively varies between people. It varies due to a huge amount of variables. We're talking different pedagogies and different qualities there. We're talking different teachers that might have helped somebody. We're talking the way that different people practice. Because as much as people like to say they practice, people don't suck at practice. I don't care how important this is to you. If you're not practicing regularly, you're not practicing regularly. It is what it is. So that does vary a lot between people. Heck, I sucked at practice. I'm like ADHD as fuck, and it was very difficult, like for a while, for me to build that routine. Like we had to just dedicate a portion. I did have a teacher for a little bit. We had to dedicate a portion of my lesson to just helping me start actually practicing. Like it's a difficult thing to do. It's difficult to build those daily habits. Like it's a tall order. So yeah, like you'll probably have to put some conscious effort into making sure your practice is good. That's a huge variable. Mindset can be a huge variable. If like, I don't mean mindset in terms of like, oh, you should just think about it better, but like people that are highly dysphoric are going to struggle more, because, which is sad because they're the people that need it most, but they're going to struggle the most because it's just harder for them to interact with their voice because of the negative feelings it brings. So all of these things, like, and that's not an exhaustive list. There's so many things that can affect how long it takes somebody. So there are people that take years, and there are also people that take months. I had a student that did fully feminize their voice in about 6 lessons, which was, I have a minimum of 2-week gap. So that's a month and a half. No, that doesn't make sense. 3 months. Feminize their voice. Again, for me, 8 months to learn how to do it, which is where they were at. And then another 2 or 3 months to habituate, in my case 2 months. Famously, Ziana from Trans Voice Lesson took, I think she said like 7 years to be happy with her voice. Now bear in mind that for her, like this was before the pedagogy was laid out as well as it is. She was a large part of like reinventing trans voice. So like she didn't have all the resources that you guys have. But like, yeah, do not worry if it takes you a long time. If it takes you a short time, great. But if it takes you a long time, it's okay. Like, there's nothing wrong with you. Maybe you need some lessons and that will help. Maybe you need some, like, if it's been many, many years, there's probably an issue somewhere. But it's probably a fixable issue. So like, speak to me, speak to another vocal coach, and just have a little sit down and figure out, okay, where are we going wrong? How can we address this situation? Singress, you feel bad and you normally end up crying, so it's been 8 years on and off. Yeah, I can get that. More off than on. More off than off. You messed one of those offs up. I'm guessing based on the sentiment of the message you mean more off than on. Yeah. It was even good at one point, and then over a year, you never practiced and you lost it. Yeah, it is just practice. And I know it sucks, and practice is very difficult. To make practice easier, because I know I have ADHD because I was diagnosed recently, titrating up in terms of medication, so we'll see where I end up. I feel like I have a pretty crazy case of ADHD. I'm really ADHD. Like, I struggle to just read a book, which is like, ugh. I can get through about a page. And that page will be excruciating. But yeah, so if you are struggling with practice, what I recommend is don't try to build a new habit. Don't try to build a new routine. Instead, tack it onto a routine that already exists, okay? So it could be like every time you brush your teeth, you just tack on a few minutes of voice training. And that gives you twice a day. It could be, for me, it was every time I walked my dog, I would voice train. So that was twice a day. Because at the time my boyfriend had like a thing going on, so he couldn't walk the dog. And then every time I drove, I would tack on doing some voice training. For most people, that brushing the teeth and driving, you've gotten probably about 4 times a day there. Yeah, no, you're welcome to ask as many questions as you want. I'll get to your question in just a moment. Infinite questions. That's what I want. Yeah, tack on the behavior to something that you already do, or like a couple of things that you already do. It's so much easier to just add on to a habit that you already have than to try and build a new habit from scratch. So super, 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 I cannot recommend that enough. The research as well is in line with that. It's just easier for people to add on to a habit than to build one from scratch. So yeah, that's my recommendation for practice. 100% do that. And keep in mind the way we're practicing as well. Again, a 1 hour sit down practice is gonna be a bit trash. It's good for like exploring something new that you're trying to figure out. And I call those like explorations and learning. But for practicing and just doing repetitions, I want little and often, okay? A 1 hour practice is a practice. 5 5-minute practices is 5 practices. So it's 5 times better as far as I'm concerned, even though it was only 25 minutes total. Really, like, I'm good with like a 3-minute practice. That counts. So little and often, okay? That's what I'm going for. And just wherever you can tack it on. Okay, hopefully that is helpful. If you have any questions about just how to practice and like building your practice routine and stuff, let me know. Is it anything like the callus thing with voices? You know that it took you a few months to get cozy with higher pitched voices, and could use some longer. I wouldn't say so in terms of a callus analogy. Like, it's just a matter of building muscle memory. That's all it is. Yeah, it's just building muscle memory. Like, it's you're getting more dexterous with your voice. You're going to struggle at, for example, the raised larynx. You're going to struggle. You probably won't even be able to raise it as much as I can at the moment. Physically you can, but you need to build that dexterity to figure out how. So it's just a matter of expanding that range over time. But just remember, you're not making a physical modification there. You're not building muscle or anything. You're just building dexterity. That's like a really important distinction to know. Because like by knowing that, you understand that you're not going for fatigue and you're not going for that sensation of building a muscle. You're just learning. And there is no physical sensation to learning. What about recording yourself speaking, listening to it, then adjusting it until you get what you want? Yeah, that's good practice. That's good practice. I would say specifically, as I was saying earlier to the other person, make sure, I want you to be analysing your voice as you're talking in real time. But early on, you're not going to be very good at that yet. You'll get better in time as you like train your ear more. But at first, you're going to be heavily reliant on recordings. To be honest, I always want you to make recordings. I wish I had made more recordings because it's just nice to have those like those files that show your progress. It's really good for motivation. Syngress for you, I recommend that too. Having recordings over the span of time you've been training is really good for, because it's like with all things in transition, it's happening slowly. It's a marathon, not a sprint. So it can be sometimes you won't notice the change in your ability level, but as you go back to recording and you listen to like what at the time you thought was as bright as you could go, and now you listen to how bright you can go now, you're like, oh my God, I'm so much better at this. So that can be really helpful for people. But also, yes, make recordings, analyze your voice in recording, adjust accordingly. But do your best to do that in real time as well. And obviously you'll get better at that in time. You perceive yourself as higher than you are? Yep, that's because of that. As you talk, the sound reverberates through your skull, which warps it slightly and makes it a little bit brighter. You don't really need to worry about that, because it just means that, like, instead of starting from X, you're starting from Y. We don't care about what X and Y equal. All we care about is the add 5. Yeah, if we're talking like a maths version. Obviously, we're not talking numbers here. The point is we're having a relative movement. So it doesn't really matter where you're perceiving your start point, because all you need to understand is a relative movement. Yeah? Treat this as a relativity thing rather than hard numbers and stuff, and rather than like absolute numbers. That way you can, like, it doesn't matter how you're perceiving your voice. So long as you consistently perceive it that way, then you can just make your adjustments as needed. Also, as you continue to compare yourself to recordings, your brain is going to clue in that, like, oh shit, I have like a slight discrepancy between how I hear myself and what's actually happening. Let me just fix that. And your brain over time will just fix that. So, like, don't worry about it. You do have to be continually hearing your recorded voice for it to do that. But it does do that because your brain's like super plastic. Any other questions? Good few tips? Good. You'll give it a try. You use a voice mod sometimes, so you'll use that to hear yourself as you speak. Don't use a voice mod, because then you can't hear yourself. You're hearing the voice mod. If we're talking like software, like a program. Oh, you mean like a real-time playback? Yeah. You can definitely use real-time playback. If you have a Blue Yeti mic, they have a little thing so you can plug headphones in, so you can just hear it real time. If you download OBS, it's free. It's what I'm using to stream right now. OBS has a little thing in the sound settings, so you can just play back in real time. I imagine you can probably just look it up on the Google Play Store and you'll find something, or the Apple Store. There's loads of things, like just an app to play back in real time. So yeah, that can be useful too. Rode does too. I don't know what Rode is, but there you go. Rode is also something you can use. Just another mic brand. Yeah, fair enough. Perfect. You just found your methods. Good. It's a shame you could not have been on for most of it. You feel as though you missed a lot. Yeah, so rewatch the VOD if you need to. Also remember, this workshop is every single week. So just come by next week. It's all good. Come by next week. Learn lots. Oh, Phoenix, do you know about the giveaway? We're doing a giveaway right now. You can get a package of 6 lessons for free. Yes, I will keep plugging this because this is the main thing I'm trying to do right now. This is so important for me right now. We're really trying to push for YouTube and build YouTube up, because there are some projects that I cannot do until I have built up YouTube more, because I'm trying to do some stuff with other creators, but I need to be a bit more clouted up so that other creators all pay attention to me existing. So we're trying to build up the YouTube and get some heckin' clout. Hence, Dajin, you told me how to say it earlier and I messed it up. Dajin, I'm pretty sure, is what you told me to do. Or Jin. That's what you told me to do. Yeah, that's why you see them talking YouTube chat a lot. If you are participating in the YouTube chat, if you are chatting in the YouTube chat especially, you will be earning passive points continually. You can type in ! points to see your points. It's close enough. It's an acronym anyway. Oh, okay. I will practice it, okay? I promise. If you are watching YouTube live, if you are participating in chat especially, you will be earning points continually. I think the bot adds them to you every 5 minutes. It works out that if you are actively participating in chat, then every hour you will earn 120 points. These points are really cool because on the 28th of May, we will be doing the giveaway where you'll be able to spend all those points. 100 points equals 1 entry into the giveaway. The more entries you buy, the more odds you have of being the winner. So, heck yeah. Whoever wins gets 6 free lessons. So definitely do that. Live streams coming up are going to be... Oh yeah, we're also going to be doing regular live streams that aren't just these workshops. So Mondays, Tuesdays, Wednesdays, we're going to have some live streams. They will include content such as the public lessons, for other free public lessons, which you can listen in on and you can be part of the YouTube chat. We will also have on Monday, I'm going to be doing a deep dive into, for the UK people, you might be aware of this, I'm going to be doing a deep dive into the new Supreme Court ruling on the 2010 Gender Recognition Act. If you don't know, the Supreme Court of the UK has just ruled that in the Gender Recognition Act, the word woman should be interpreted as biological female. Yikers. So we're going to be doing a deep dive into exactly what that means for us as trans people, and the broad implications of that. Interesting to me that they did not define men, they just defined women. At least as I understand it right now. So yeah, we'll be doing a deep dive into it and seeing exactly what it means, what it doesn't mean, and yeah. 4 or 5, yeah, it'd be like 4 hours of digging into it. So we'll figure out all the shit. We're just going to straight up like read the entire document. But yeah, cool. That is something you can do. And obviously by being part of that live stream and by being in chat, you'll be earning points as you go. I haven't got it fully set up yet for earning bonus points, but there will be opportunities to earn bonus points. We'll be doing a little raffle where you just like put a little command in chat and you get to be a part of winning bonus points. And we have a few little mini games in chat where you can win points. So yeah, come by. It's going to be a really good time. Yeah. Cool. Okay. Thank you for the live stream and everything. This was lovely. You're so welcome, Kuss. That's a very lovely message to hear. So thank you. Oh, what time? Yes. It will be 1 p.m. GMT. Whatever time that is for you, will be your stream start time. You're off, Lexi. Thank you so much for coming, Lexi. Thank you for getting the event started and clicking the start button. I will try to remember that next time. But yeah, cheers for doing that for me. Heck yeah. Cool. Yeah, 1 p.m. Sorry, not GMT, BST. 1 p.m. BST. That's UTC +1. If you're in one of the Discords, or if you're in my Discord, I guess, I'll be putting like a thing up at the time. There'll be a bot to notify you, and I'll do like a little localized timestamp so you can just see it in your time. I'll make an announcement either tonight or tomorrow, depending on how sleepy I feel as we finish. Because it's pretty late for me right now. It's 11 p.m. Fab. All right. Well, thank you all so much for coming. If you have last questions, you have until I finish this outro to ask them, and then I'll pause the outro and we will answer your question, and we can continue for a bit longer. But if we are running to a stop now, then thank you all so much for coming. Again, huge thank you to the Ko-fi supporters. They are the people that fund this. If you would like to help with funding all of this, head over to, it's right above me, ko-fi.com/transnetwork. We're also soon to be hosting D&D sessions over there as like a passive practice thing. They're going to be a really good way to practice. As I was just saying, we have a live streams coming up, and they're going to be a really cool thing. We'll be doing that every single week, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. Sometimes there'll be specific topics we're going over. I'll be 100% open to topics that you guys want me to explore. I'm down to go into anything political if you want me to, or we'll just default onto some chill gaming and stuff. And you can also ask me any voice questions along the way. I have been wanting to get back into RuneScape. So, what else have we got going on? We have our first ever D&D session happening. I should check the exact date for you guys. On the 25th of this month, we have our D&D session that's happening, which is going to be a public one that everybody can go to and everybody can join in on. So come along to that. Everyone gets to play, and I'll just tweak the difficulty level based on how many people turn up. I would say for that, this is going to be my first time DMing. Keep your characters simple. For me, I don't want some crazy hybrid build, whatever. Keep it easy. Keep it simple. If I haven't heard of it, you're going to make things harder for me. Be nice. Okay? Oh, don't worry. We're following like a pre-made campaign that will tell me where my experience should be and all of that. Yeah, so balancing is done for me. But yeah, so you want to be a snail though? Yeah, you're not being a snail. Just be a fucking barbarian or a fucking wizard, okay? But yeah, so come along to that if you'd like to play some D&D with us. It's a really good opportunity to practice. The idea is you should be using your, and it doesn't have to be like right yet, but use what you've learned so far in a modified voice as you play D&D. It's a practice thing. It's going to help you. Also, for all of these events, best place is going to be head to the Discord. You'll get notified about everything. The D&D will be through the Discord. You need to be in the Discord to play D&D with us, obviously. So 100% head to my Discord for all of those things. If you cannot find the link, the person or the account I'm using to host this for you right now has a link in it. So you can head over there for the link to the Discord. Anything else I need to do before we wrap up? I think that's everything. Have I missed anything? I think we plugged all the things. We did the Ko-fi, we did the YouTube, we did the giveaway, we did the D&D thing, we did the Discord, we did the live stream. So yeah, I think that's all of it. You're all clear with questions. Heck yeah. If you do come up with more questions, like when you're watching VODs and stuff, just head over to my Discord and ask them. I'm there very regularly, so by all means ask. Oh, the last thing. As I've said earlier, I'm really trying to build up the Discord. I'm really trying to build up the YouTube and the algorithm of YouTube. The reasoning for that being that I need to be a bit more clouted up so that I can organize some other vocal coaches and have them like pay attention to my existence. Because there's some really cool things that I want to try doing, and some really cool projects that I think you guys will benefit from a huge amount. Like I want to set up some debates between some people. But that's not going to be possible until like if I message somebody and it's like, oh yeah, here's my freaking 100 follower YouTube, like nobody's going to give a shit. But if we're a bit more clouted up, then they're going to realize that, oh, this is worth it for them. So as we build up, that's going to be projects that are going to be on the way. If you want to contribute and help build the YouTube, then liking videos, liking live streams is going to really help. Sharing is going to really help. Comments are obviously going to be really helpful. And if you have a burning question, that's also a good way to reach me, because I always see those comments. It's not one of those where you need to do it within 24 hours, otherwise I'm going to ignore it. I will always look at your comment, regardless of, even if it's from like a months ago workshop. I will see the comment and I will reply. What else we got? Oh yeah, so if you're wanting to help out, those are good ways to do it. Another really good way that's like nice and AFK for you is if you just click on the playlist of like the workshops and just set that running overnight. Just mute your phone while it's playing. That's going to help me more than you could possibly know. The algorithm fucking loves that shit because it has like super huge watch time. So definitely do that. Again, if you're wanting to just help me build the YouTube channel, it's going to help spread awareness that these are happening for free and people can participate and like learn. And it's going to help with getting that. I know it sounds cringe, but getting a bit clattered up so that I can have these projects happen, so that we can have that for you guys. Because I think, dude, these debates would be so fucking good. I think you guys could learn so much from them. But yeah, okay, I think that's everything. I need to go to bed. I'm so tired. It's like 11:05 for me. All right then, everybody. Thank you so much for coming today. Apologies that things are a bit scuffed and that we started late. I have spent all day trying to set up the giveaway stuff, so hence we ended up running a bit late. But yeah, thank you for coming. This is like, these workshops are so much better when there are people like you here, so thank you for that. Okie dokie, I will see you all, I guess, on Monday. See you on Monday stream. All right. Bye everyone. Have a good time. Oh, last plug. I do lessons, obviously. I can teach you. If you need private lessons, £20 for a 55-minute lesson. If you head over to the what do I call it? It's the 101 section. In my Discord, you can head to the category is called 101 lessons. There's a little info bit to tell you all about them, and there's a little 101 lessons bit. You open a ticket, and that's how we start organising the lessons. Private lessons are £20 per lesson, as I said. Public lessons are currently free, so if you want one that everybody else gets to listen in on, and it has the potential to be gone onto the YouTube, then and they can be integrated into live streams as well. They happen during the live stream times so that they can be a part of the live streams. Then head over to that. Okay, that's everything. I'm going to bed. I love you all. Thank you so much for coming, and I'll see you. Oh, you got a question? I will go to your question. Is for D&D on VR chat and is it in Exoris? No, it's just in the Discord. It will just be a Discord call. No, it's okay. I will. Hey, we answer questions here. That's what it's all about. But yeah, it'll be a Discord call, and possibly a live stream. I'm still deciding if I want it to be a live stream. Okay. Good night, everybody. I love you all. Thank you for being the late people that stuck around right to the end. You all are awesome. Okay. Good night and bye-bye.